All right. Um, do you remember, Chev, that ring you're wearing? Did you identify it or not?
No, I didn't. But for some reason, I think I, damn it, I still remember because I didn't identify it, but I know what it's supposed to do.
Why? Did I tell you? Because I have a note
I think
here that
so.
says
Yeah.
that Edward has to identify the ring first chance he gets. Uh, I told you that
Yeah.
what? Ring of protection plus one, right? So
Well, we don't know what it's called, but you basically said that it something or other, something about arrows, deflecting arrows, or at least that's what I understood from it. But I think we were trying to test whether or not me putting it on would change my character's stats or something
yes,
for
yes,
combat.
yes. We were trying to, and I was also trying to see if it makes a difference if it's identified or not. Like I was thinking, what if the program? Right. So another thing. Let's see. Open the party sheet, and there should be an. Can you see it?
Yes.
So there you should be able to see a whole party inventory section.
Yes.
So like at the top, right at the top, it says that you have 5 backpacks, 3 bedrolls, and so keep an eye on that. But also keep in mind that that's not updated in real time. That every time that you get a new item or you change something, I'm supposed to press a button here that's called rebuild party inventory. So it rebuilds the whole thing. Um, yeah. So yeah, when you're wondering what kind of items you have, if you can use some, you should check there. I mean, check your whole inventory, but also check there. Check there. There's a lot of shit, and there's gonna be a lot more shit. So,
The problem is that that party inventory list doesn't say whether or not we've left stuff behind
Yeah, I
in
was
the
thinking about that.
locations.
I think it shows everything that we own
Yeah, it
wh-
doesn't show whether or not we were
ever.
carrying it, for example. Like that, I'm not actually carrying a backpack on me because I left it at Ivan's place.
I see. Well, okay. This is a special situation. It doesn't happen often that you leave stuff behind,
Yeah.
and yeah. Well, then in that case, people have to ask each other, "Are you actually carrying that or not?" etc.
Mhm.
But the inventory is still important because that way you cannot forget that you have something, because you do have stuff that you have to not forget about it, and etc. So
So
it's
yeah, with that ring, I failed the identify check, but apparently I can do it some other time, I think. Um, yeah.
well, what
So
is
I'll have
that
to
other
do it
time?
later. I'll have to do it
Uh,
later.
I don't think you can do it again unless something changes. Maybe if you
Unless I
level up,
level up or something. Level
something
up
like
or
that.
go to a store that can identify it
Yeah,
for me.
yeah,
I'm not sure
yeah,
if that's
yeah,
a
something like that. All right. So I'm gonna send you the this room's description again.
okay. I'm just gonna respond to Martella because she just should I have done that in capitals in the brackets or
No, that's you did it good. You did it good, and everybody has 1 minute to reply something if you want. It's supposed to be, there's a character limit. It's supposed to be, I can't remember how many characters. I'm gonna check it. I think you might have been over that. Um,
It's meant to be 25, I think, if I remember right.
25 words or hold on.
Or yeah, words. But I mean, we could always. It's like
25 words. You have 1 minute to reply up to 25 words. How many words
hmm,
is that? It might be a couple of words more. So it could be we're finding our way out
yeah,
with
definitely,
some other.
definitely
Yeah.
way longer. It's definitely longer. But I guess it'll just cut off at that point for when she gets it.
Okay, it stops at the hour. We are finding our. That's it. Okay. Okay.
I really should have. I really should have compressed that a lot more, shouldn't I?
Uh, are you guys 100% sure you need to grasp the badge? I mean, it's good for atmosphere, but I'm not sure if you need to grasp the badge. Let me see. This is
I think
telepathic.
I vaguely recall that we had to in order to.
I think it's safe
But I
to
don't
assume
remember.
that. I was gonna say, I think it's safe to assume that we do whenever we're trying to respond to her.
Well, that's what I'm assuming, but
Another thing you can do, uh, you can you can put in the mood telepathically because uh, are you guys saying this aloud? Because you don't need to
yeah,
say it aloud.
yeah,
It's
it should be.
telepathic. Of course, you can say it aloud if you want, so that the others around you hear. But I'm not sure if you can communicate also between yourselves with the badge. I'm reading now the. Let me read the badge for
No,
a
we
second.
can't. I think we can't.
Yeah, no, you can't.
Okay.
You're. The reply has to be telepathic. You have 1 minute. It has nothing to do with grasping the badge. Of course, people who don't you would expect random people who don't know how to use it to actually grasp it. It's normal, but you don't need to. Arco, you should have put something in the mood there. Hold on.
Oh, it sucks that you can't edit these.
So, I mean, you can keep typing, grasping the badge like a rube, or you can, or you can say telepathically, or you can say to Martella, whatever you want. Um, all right, so that's done. Um, we just need to remember. I remember that you had casted a. You have done a detect magic. Let me see. Detect magic. You
So
search for traps.
I found some.
Um, you found some circles under the table. Yeah, overlapping circles drawn on the floor under the table with chalk. Um, you appraised the crystal glassware and the silver dining sets. Um, you look for traps. So you sense six auras, the most potent of which is moderate, and five of them are faint. One is moderate, and they seem to be inside the document box on the table. And you haven't done anything. Then that's where we're at. That's where we're at. And as far as the nobles are concerned, you open the door. It'd be cool if we were playing Telspy, right? You could open the door and we would see that the door is open instead of having to look at the chat log. Also in Foundry you'd be able to see that the door is open. Right. So,
I'm gonna move Arco out of the doorway.
okay, so you told them to come in. Yeah, so move her away, and I'm gonna move them in. Um, what I need to do now is because every time we start a new game, it wipes out the NPCs. So I need to add them again so that I can speak as them. Let me add them one at a time. I've added one, I've added two. And now the lady, I'm trying to find her name. Okay, lady here. I assume that the state of things is the last time it was mentioned in the chat log. So the door is open now, as far as I'm concerned. On the map it shows that it's closed, but it's open. So Lord Wilfin Botolis, or whatever he's pronounced, is the guy in the orange, right? The lady is the lady, and the other guy is the other guy.
All right.
That is the other guy, not the guy that found you initially. The guy in the dark.
How were we doing the actions? Was it just holding control?
Yes, exactly. Hold control. Control enter. Type whatever you want and then control enter.
I was just thinking that.
It'd be so much more fun when I have the portraits in. You know, I'm gonna get it done soon. It's just gonna be a lot more work.
He's convincing them.
Snuck, you meant to say, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
yeah.
Gotta stay positive, man.
If you guys scroll up, I didn't just say that out of nowhere. He said that if you scroll up, he said that I opened the document book. So, yeah. Uh, so I assume these 6 scrolls are in his inventory now, right? No, it's not. They're not in his inventory. He opened he opened the box and he found them inside. So, yeah. Let me know if
Okay.
you want to take them and who takes them and all that. I see. You cast detect magic before. That's how you knew where they were. I think it would take a spellcraft now
Okay.
to identify them. So let me
Do,
type something. All right. So now type the same thing, but instead of detect magic, type spellcraft.
okay. Well, I can't cast spellcraft on them, so I'm just gonna.
Oh, right. What? Because you don't have that in your memorize or
No, no,
something?
no. I mean, trying to figure out a way to try to remember what I know of spellcraft to identify them. I guess
Okay, wait. So spellcraft, you're telling me is not a yeah, it's a skill,
it's a
right? Yeah,
skill. Yeah.
a skill. So instead of uh, okay, yeah, the way you do it is you type why don't you type I take a seat and let me see if you are under a seat. Yeah, you are. So you can say I sit down and pour over the and you can tell the people around you, give me a few minutes to look at the scrolls or whatever, and then say that I examine this scrolls carefully or whatever. This I love this ambient sound. It's from this guy on YouTube. He just makes ambient tracks for RPGs, and he has an amazing library. I need to go through it and categorize it, and it's so atmospheric. I see. You know what the description of spellcraft says? It says that it's used to identify the properties through the use of spells such as detect magic and identify. So I think it seems that you still have to cast the spell, but you also have to have the skill. I don't know. The DC of the check varies depending upon the task. So let's see. Let's check the DC. Decipher a scroll. Decipher a scroll. Well, to identify a magic item, the DC is 15 plus the item's caster level, but to decipher a scroll is 20 plus. So, but what exactly does decipher a scroll mean? Is that uh, I don't know what that decipher means. It
I think it
takes
means to
three
identify.
rounds. First of all, it takes 3 rounds per item. So for those 6 items, you need 18 rounds. 18 rounds around the 6 seconds, right?
That's almost 2 minutes.
Okay, so it's a few minutes. Yeah, so it's not a big deal. Um, oh, this is why, dude. You can do it once a day, apparently. That's why we said that first available opportunity. It says you can attempt to ascertain the properties of an individual item once per day.
Yeah, but you said you didn't like that.
No, no, I didn't like it. It says additional attempts reveal the same results. Additional attempts in the same day, I think it means.
Mhm.
Yeah, I definitely, yeah. So I said I didn't like it, and I said that I would prefer if you do another check when something changes. You know, when something in your check changes.
Yep.
Definitely. So I guess we could. I still don't. This is a new thing though. Decipher a scroll. What does decipher a scroll mean? Is it the same thing as identify a scroll? Let me just Google decipher scroll Pathfinder. Yeah, yeah. It says decipher the writing. The writing must be deciphered before a character can. Yeah, it's in the chapter on scrolls. Well, I'm gonna put. I'm actually looking at it online. So I just put the link on Discord. You can check it. For scrolls. Yeah, there's several steps. First, decipher the writing. The writing must be deciphered. This requires a read magic spell or a successful spellcraft check. It's a full round action. It's DC 20 plus spell level. So, okay, let's say the first scroll. I have in front of me. So I know the caster level is 20 plus the caster level. I don't think you can make these rolls. Um, let me look at your skill. Maybe you have a lot of pluses. Let's see it here. So your spellcraft is +7. So the most you could roll is 27. All right. All right. Let me just tell you one thing though that says here. It says that deciphering this scroll does not trigger the magic unless it is a specially prepared cursed scroll, right? So if one of these is a specially prepared cursed scroll, you might be in trouble. Um,
Damn.
Yeah, yeah. Look, the chances of this happening this early in the game are small. I mean, what are you gonna do? You have 6 scrolls. You have to try to decipher them. I don't know how you could guard against it, but I wouldn't worry about it yet. Just keep it in mind that it's not without dangers. It's actually the entire activation, scroll activation is quite complex here. We're only at step 1 out of like, I don't know, 6 steps or something. Right. Uh, read
Explaining
magic.
that.
You don't have read magic, do you?
Read magic. No.
Yeah, you don't. Well, because that can also be used in place of the spellcraft check. No. All right. Um, so it's gonna have to be spellcraft DC 20 plus spell level. So for a normal magic item, it's DC 15 plus spell level. But for a scroll, for some reason, it's DC 20 plus spell level. It's quite a lot. If you didn't have that +7, then you would have no chance basically. Okay, so roll for the first scroll. Yeah, roll for the first scroll.
Okay.
Right.
Ugh. Oh, 10's no.
No.
Roll again. Oh, we may as well. We may as well. Hold on, hold on. We may as well give you these items one by one. I'm assuming that you're putting them on your inventory, right? You're putting them on you, right?
Yes, yes.
Right. So let me just take it slow because I don't want to make any mistakes with the ID. So I'm just gonna write undeciphered magic scroll. And by the way, I told you about their auras. Uh,
Oh,
so let me
right.
tell you the first one, the one that you failed, which one?
Yep.
Because I told you that 5 of them have faint auras, and one of them, right? What did I say? One of them has moderate, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
Um, where is that? Is that in the previous chat log? I think, right? Let's check.
Yes.
Uh, yeah, 6 auras.
Oh, okay, you
Um,
found it.
one is moderate, 5 are faint. So this is the one that you failed is the moderate one. Maybe I should. Edward pores over the first scroll, but can't seem to decipher it. Wait, shouldn't I tell you the school? Maybe I should tell you the school. No, you know what? Because you didn't have line of sight. To be able to detect the school, you need to have line of sight. Because the scrolls were in the box, you had no line of sight. Let me see if we made the mistake though of telling you because I only recently realized this. We're playing with the Aslan crew and we realized that you need to have line of sight to the item to determine the school, to have a chance of determining the school. And I think we've made this mistake before of me telling people the school without them having line of sight. But in this case, I don't think we didn't make that mistake because you didn't roll for which is the spellcraft that you roll. No, so you have no idea. So why don't you now cast detect magic on all the scrolls um, to determine their school? Let me see. So yeah, that's the knowledge arcana check. So you didn't roll knowledge arcana. You can do now if you want. You wanna?
Sure.
So you're gonna have to because this goes through detect magic. It has to be. So you're gonna have to say I cast detect magic again to determine the scrolls schools. Control enter.
I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yep.
You just don't fall asleep.
Dude, I'm sorry about that last time. It
No
definitely will
worry.
happen again,
No,
dude.
it was funny, and
That was.
it will probably happen again. So look,
It won't,
as
dude.
long as I don't fall asleep, the game will keep going.
All right.
Right. Do you remember how to cast the spell, Chef?
Vaguely, vaguely.
So to the
So,
left of detect magic, there's a little circle. You have to press that,
yep.
and then to the right of detect magic, there's the die. Right. And now you roll. Do you have to roll it? I think you have to roll it for every single scroll. If the items you can make a knowledge arcana.
Let me see what the spell says.
Yeah, I think you have to roll for every single one of them.
Yeah, yeah, it seems like it. Knowledge Arcana skill
Yes,
checks for
make one check
each.
for aura. So So go ahead and roll 6 times, one after the other, Knowledge Arcana.
All right.
Wow, like almost
Pretty
all
good
of them
rolls.
are above 20. That's pretty good. All right, and the check is DC 15 plus spell level. I still don't know what the fucking non-spell effect is.
I know what it is. Oh,
What is it?
fuck. Or at least I knew what it was when it came up at one point, but now I'm gonna have to find it again in the book. It basically has something to do with whether or not the spell can be countered by like a magic-free field or something like that. Because there could be like some magical effects that don't come from a spell.
I see.
Um,
It sounds
okay,
like
yeah.
something that I should make a thread about in the Paizo forums. Then somebody should
There's a description. There's a description in it of it in the book somewhere.
try to find it. Try to find it. For the time being, I'm gonna assume that all these scrolls is DC 15 plus spell level. Like they're not non-spell effects. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
they'd all be spells,
Okay.
assuming they're yeah,
All right. All right.
unless one of the scrolls is just like magical from a magical creature or something, maybe.
Oh, and I'm supposed to. I'm supposed to. Okay. Right. I'm supposed to whisper to you now.
I'm back.
Okay. We're in the
Damn,
middle.
Chef.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Those are those are good rolls. Okay, so it's quite complex. I sent you the results. I'm 99% sure they're correct. Let me do one more check before you relay them to people if you want to relay them. It's complicated because there's 6 scrolls, and that means 6 different results. And
Oh yeah.
you know,
we may as well just finish this up and then I'll relay everything.
Yeah, yeah.
That might be best, because otherwise I'm just...
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
So you're just reading the scrolls and applying stuff that you know about Arcana, right? That's what's going on here.
Basically, and spellcraft as well.
Okay,
Trying to
that
figure
makes
them out.
sense.
Knowledge Arcana for the actual auras, and spellcraft to actually attempt to read them, or rather, decipher them.
I'm assuming Edward has this knowledge because he just read it in books.
Yeah.
Okay.
Though I think because it comes from my okay, it is intelligence. Spellcraft is
Right.
intelligence, and so is knowledge arcana. So
I don't
that
think it
must
comes
be it.
from your bloodline because that's
Yeah, for
charismatic.
sure.
Like that's recurred.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yes, it's correct. It's correct. You have all the what I gave you is correct. You were saying something, Robo?
I was just saying, I've like many.
I suppose you could say that.
Yeah, his understanding of magic is instinctive, but at the same time, he's not a complete moron. He can understand. He can read also.
His intelligence is like 14, isn't it?
Yeah, so
pretty
that's the thing.
smart.
Like a typical second edition wizard will have, well, in my game, will have 18 intelligence, but the sorcerer here has other priorities. So his intelligence is not that good. Let me see what it is. You say it's 14.
14, I
Yeah.
believe.
So
14.
that penalizes him. With only 14 intelligence, that means all these skill checks, all the stuff that he rolls, is not that good as a wizard would be.
Of
In the
course.
other campaigns, they have. But the difference is that he has one more spell at least than them right now that he can cast, and he also memorize, and he also he's more versatile in the sense that he doesn't have to memorize basically. He can cast whatever.
Sorcerers
Oh,
are good. Sorcerers get meta magic feats too.
Yeah.
the
Meta magic
what
is
you're
powerful.
talking about, Arco, is that'd be the class skills. Because knowledge arcana and spellcraft are class skills for me. I get a
Right.
bonus. I get a bonus to
Right.
the first point put in them. So that's what that um yeah, that's
But the
how
other the other wizards would also have a bigger bonus from their intelligence. They
exactly.
would have another
Exactly.
+2, and they might have been able to identify that first scroll that you failed at. With your 22, they would have had a 24 now, and they might have been able to, maybe not.
Unless they
So
rolled shitty.
yeah, unless they're all fit. I mean, all else being equal. So what I
So now
gave
I've
you,
got
the
to
info that I just whispered to you, the Chev is all correct. It's been checked, and it's up to you to roll now. Again, you can type that I pick up the second scroll and I examine it, and then
okay.
roll spellcraft.
Ah,
Right.
Almost
Okay.
at a 15.
By the way, before we, well, okay, we'll do it after. So you roll 12. So we go back now to spellcraft, where it is 20 plus spell level. So unless you roll minimum 21, basically if you roll anything lower than 21, then you're no longer gonna learn anything. So roll again. You don't have to type anything,
yep.
or you can say that. You could say something atmospheric like I put the scroll away in disgust and move to the next one or something. And no, it doesn't have to be disgust, whatever. Frustration or something. Or I set it aside. So between the spellcraft checks, type something, for the others that they see you do on the table, basically.
Can we like respond, or should we like wait until he's
Yes,
done?
yes, you can have a full conversation between yourselves or with the other characters,
okay.
whatever you want.
And then roll.
Yeah, you can go ahead and roll. Next. The scroll appears like Chinese to you. Looks like Chinese.
Oh, what's the equivalent here? What's the equivalent? I can't think of it.
It looks like Tianzian. Tianzia.
There you go, Tianzia. There you go. That's perfect.
If you're gonna type something like that, Google. Google how Tianzia is written. All that. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Right. More failures. So these scrolls are useless. Why are they here? Like, you're never gonna figure it out. Maybe there's a way to use them without knowing what they do. Jesus. You wasted all your 20s in the knowledge arcana skills, dude. Which is useless. Like, now, if you had these rolls now, then you would use half the scrolls.
I wasted my luck. You guys got any luck to spare? Could I use?
Finally, the last roll,
Hey,
huh?
there it is.
All right. Are we sure this is the last roll? So you rolled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now, and it was also you rolled 1 before, right? The yeah, spellcraft.
Yeah.
Right, the last one. Let me see if you dude, it was exactly 23. You needed a 23. So with the 22, you wouldn't. It's level 3. So it's 20 plus 3, 23. Okay, I'll tell you what it does.
Oh, now this is something I've been meaning to ask you about, I see.
Yeah, yeah, I know,
Because
I know.
these,
Yeah.
I don't know how we're gonna go about with this.
Yeah, we're gonna go about like this, I think, because I cannot think of any other way. When you talk to them, you won't say the technical name of the spell. You'll say, "Yeah, this is a scroll that does this and that." Um, yeah. So let me see something.
What does James Jacobs have to say about this?
Yeah. um, One thing
Is
I,
it a
I have to tell
scroll
you
of
is
magic?
that three of you were saying, Arco.
I was just gonna say, is it a scroll of magic missile? Is that what they call it? Like in the
um,
world?
so three of these scrolls are identical. I should at least be able to tell you this, right? Shouldn't I?
Yeah, if you looked at all of them, then he would know they look similar, I guess.
Uh, I mean, they're
Yes.
not why nothing is ever identical. I mean, there somebody wrote down words and so it's not identical, but we don't even
Nearly
know what
identical.
we don't even know what language. I mean, they're not. I guess it's in a magical language. I don't know. The reason that I'm saying this now is because the way that we're going to put them in your inventory, three of them are the same. So there's going to be a number three next to one. There's basically four types of scrolls, and one of them is three times. Um,
On top of it, isn't a lot of roguelikes. Like when the potions are randomized, you have no idea what to do, but you have like 5 of them, so you're like, whatever, let me just chug one of them, see what they do.
yeah, yeah. Otherwise, if I didn't want to tell you that, then I would have to copy paste the one three times. I don't know how we can figure this out now. Like, would somebody be able to, who hasn't deciphered the scroll, be able to tell that it's three times the same one? Um, that's how they're given to me here in Fantasy Grounds, but
It
I
could
don't
be
trust.
like a magical. I don't know. I wouldn't say cipher because it's not really a code or anything, but it could be like magically dis- I don't know, distinguished
Like
somehow.
they look similar, but you can't tell what they are.
Yeah.
See, the first thing that I did with the scrolls is I removed the gold piece value. All of these come with gold pieces value. I removed them so that you won't be able to see them. I think even if you decipher the scroll, there's no reason you should be able to know how much it costs on the market. I think that that's another skill, appraisal or whatever. So all of them have no cost. See, that's how they should come from Fantasy Grounds, but they come with a cost to help me out, I guess. Um, so the one that's identified, that's cool. It's identified. Um, I'm gonna put it on the party sheet. The others, for the time being, just to
I'll
make
explain
things
the I'll
easy.
explain to the okay, go on.
Look, just to make things easy for the other ones, we're gonna go with what I said. You know that one of them, just to make it easy. Let's do it that way. Party sheet. Let me pull out the party sheet. Um, okay, so boom. And I'm hoping that I haven't fucked anything up. Yep. So go in the party sheet now, and don't touch anything. Just tell me what you see there.
So I see
Magic scroll, magic
three
scroll
of the
three,
Three
same magic
scrolls.
scroll
and then a
and
summon monster
one.
2 scroll.
Yeah, Summon Monster 2.
Right. So before
Sounds
you
like a good
take
spell.
them, tell them whatever you want to tell them. Basically, it would be nice. Yeah. Yeah. So read that. Well, it's a summoning spell, but what does it summon?
So
A monster.
the thing about the summoning spells is that they can summon a. Okay, I'll explain this in. quite a lot it can summon, but uh, one moment.
Chef, do you have a problem with apostrophes?
I guess I do.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. I understand. Kirog also has that issue, I guess. I don't know. It takes.
What's wrong?
Well, it should
Casters,
be after the
casters.
caster's choice, there should be an apostrophe there. It's a possessive,
Oh, yes,
and
yes.
he does this quite often.
It's an easy mistake to make, but yeah, I can see how it can be a little annoying.
Well, it's supposed to be a sort of a book, so you want it to
Of
be,
course. Yeah, of
we're
course.
all gonna make typos, but it doesn't look like it's a typo that he's making. Like it's not a typo. It's if he was making a lot of these, I would say he's dyslexic, but he only makes this. So I don't know what it is. And it's the same with Kirog. Like Kirog struggles, but it's just with this. Like there's no other issues, just that the possessive apostrophe. So I don't know what it is.
So there's a whole list of there's an entire table of the of what can be summoned for this spell.
Really? Let's see. Can we
Yeah,
pull up the? No, we have to. Spell summon monster 2.
I'll put the link in the So there's a variety of summon monster spells. Goes from level 1 to 10.
Or
It's weird.
so it's pretty cool. You can summon 1 second level monster or 1d3 from the first level.
Yep.
So that would be pretty cool if you roll 3 and you get 3 of the first level.
Summon Nature's Ally works the same way, so you can summon a ton of lower level animals at higher levels. Like a Sturge. And a Sturge is really good to summon in swarms because they do like constitution damage. They're like big, fleshy mosquitoes. They're gross.
So the thing I was going to ask about these summon monster spells, I've been looking at picking some of them up, but the thing is, I don't know the stats of any of these like creatures. Do I do I get to look at the stat block for them,
We'll figure
or
that out when the time comes for you to cast it. For now,
Mhm.
take everything from the party sheet. So there's nobody else in the party that can try spellcraft, right?
I think they'll also need the
Has
actual.
to be a class skill,
Uh,
right? Or I'm sorry, not a class skill, but a learned skill, right?
it's not even a learn skill. You have to cut. You can only use it in tandem with the spell. I think.
Detect magic.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it.
And
I just got to remember with the apostrophes until it becomes habitual. Really, that's
You should have done this in school.
Damn.
Yep, yep. Man, English was probably my worst subject.
So after you're done with pulling all that stuff, what I'm gonna do is, oh, you have to grab them individually, huh? Okay.
Yeah, I can't seem to.
See,
I wish I could just.
now I'm going to rebuild party inventory, and now everybody can go and check. It's the inventory all has all the new stuff in there, so we're good there. I'm checking again the spellcraft skill just to make 100% sure that you need detect magic. Um, Dude, this is weird. Look, you know the chapter on scrolls that I put on Discord, the link? In that chapter, where it says deciphering the writing, you need either read magic or a successful spellcraft check. It does not say anything about detect magic. Specifically for the scrolls, I'm not talking about magic items in general. I'm talking the chapter on scrolls that I put on Discord. It says to activate a scrolls, there's several steps. The first step is deciphering. Deciphering happens either with read magic or a successful spellcraft check. It doesn't need uh, detect magic. But I'm also gonna Google it. Let's Google it. So this decipher scroll needs detect magic. See, it says here identifying a scroll is different from deciphering a scroll. That's so weird. I don't even know what that.
So I think in order to decipher the writing, you have to. It's like you have to read it aloud, or in order to cast it. Yeah, you're basically activating a scroll requires reading the spell from the scroll. You can probably like identify. It's like how you can identify the language something is written in without being able to write it. Maybe.
I guess the way they're all. I see what you're saying. Let's read this. I put this link in Discord. Let's read this first because it seems that the rules are a little confused. Is this guy talking about Pathfinder though? Oh my god, that is the hugest question I've ever.
Holy shit!
Oh my god.
Jesus Christ. Oh, okay, yeah.
I understood some stuff, but I've skipped the question. The question is gigantic. I went straight to the answers. I scrolled down, and the answers are more concise, but they're still not easy to. There's no deciphering a scroll in second edition that I used to play. It's only identify. But here there's a distinction between identifying and deciphering, and it's a fine distinction. Well, I'm gonna save this page. It's let me also pin this to the channel. I think we might have made a mistake, you see, now that I'm reading all this. For at least for the summon monster scroll, because we use the spellcraft check, and this check, this guy says, tells you everything except one thing: what spell is on the scroll. He says that. Oh wait, no, it's identify. No, the spellcraft. Okay, okay, I get it. So look, detect magic plus spellcraft, that's identifying. Spellcraft on its own is deciphering. This assuming that this guy is correct. Like this guy could be wrong, his interpretation, but it does sound correct. It does sound like he knows what he's talking about. Let's see the chat log. When you cast you know what if this guy is correct, that means you get two chances of the spellcraft. One, you can do the spellcraft on its own for deciphering, and second, you can do again the spellcraft with detect magic for full identification. And we're going to assume that going by the chat log, you just did normal spellcraft checks. There was no detect magic with the spellcraft checks. If we go by the chat log.
So the way I understand the spellcraft check is that. Okay, no, never mind. Never mind.
Yeah. There's two things. One thing I'm trying to do is to understand what the fuck is happening, and the other thing I'm trying to do is to figure out if we made a mistake so far. And I'm also trying to figure out what would a wizard do. Would he try when he finds a scroll? Would he first try to decipher it? Would he first try to identify it? it seems that the most important part. Oh, that's why it's DC 20. Now I get it. Now I get it. So to identify is DC 15 plus the scroll level, but to decipher is DC 20. So deciphering is harder. Why is deciphering harder? Because that is how you use the scroll. Identify, it just tells you what the scroll is, but that doesn't mean you can use it. Deciphering is the important step. That's why it's 5 DC higher. And
Keep in mind that deciphering doesn't tell you the exact spell that's on the scroll.
yeah, it's so weird. It's so I like it. It's
Weird.
extremely complicated. It's nothing like second edition. It's extremely complicated, but it's much more realistic, and it opens the door for weird, situations where you don't know exactly what it does, but you're gonna use it anyway, and that's interesting. We just have to figure out how it works. So, since you rolled your spellcrafts without a detect magic, that means you've been trying so far to decipher, and you failed to decipher 5 of them, and you succeeded once with the last one. And I made the mistake of telling you um, what it does. How do we fix this now? The only way to fix this would be, oh, I think that's how we're gonna fix it. We can assume that you use detect magic. There's no fixing this, because that case the DC is lower, and then you would have figured out more scrolls, not just one of them. It's tough. There's no fixing this. There's no easy way to fix this. Anyway, so we're gonna go with the second option then. That okay, that you rolled all the spellcrafts without detect magic, so you went straight for the deciphering, which is DC 20. So the DCs are all correct. The difference is that I gave you by mistake. It's not just that I told you what the scroll does, it's also that you told the others. So it's very difficult to edit the chat log at this point. God damn it, there's just no easy way out of this.
So I still figured out the auras, right?
The auras are a completely different thing. That's correct. It's just a
Okay.
knowledge arcana. No problem with the auras. The problem is we should have read this page before, but I just don't see how we could have. Um, oh, I know how we can fix this. Right. So the rolls are all for deciphering. So that's just spellcraft. DC 20. Everything's correct. You failed all of them except one. That one you succeeded, which means you can use it. You can use the detect. You just don't know what it does. However, if you succeed in an identify, then you know what it does. So all I have to do is, okay, I will type it. We're just gonna assume, in order to make the chat log make sense, because right now it doesn't make sense. All we have to do to make it make sense is assume that you rolled and identify and you succeeded. You see what I'm saying? We're just gonna fudge it basically. You rolled and identify, which is 15 plus the spell level. So the spell level is 3. So you rolled an 18 or higher. Add a successful. Let me see. I'm typing a note there. Okay. Add a successful detect magic plus knowledge. No, plus spellcraft. All right. So check that I posted in chat log. So now it's fixed. We just fudged one roll that you rolled 18, and
Roger that.
now you have to roll all the others. So that's the only scroll where you've done everything. You've identified what it does, and you have it's ready to be used. You can activate it, so you know everything about it. The other scrolls, you cannot use them, but maybe you can figure out what they do. Oh
Yeah.
wait,
Okay.
oh wait. It says, does it make a difference if it's yeah? Of course, if it's arcane. Let me see.
It's only depends on which ones arcane. I will not be able to use arcane scrolls. My character. I mean, I can only use arcane scrolls.
You can only use arcane
Yeah, I was
scrolls.
about to say,
Yeah,
yeah. Yeah, you
I can only
can.
use arcane. And
I
what's the
can
other
use
one? What's the
divine.
other one?
You know
Oh, wait.
you know what the thing is though. In the description of the scrolls, it doesn't tell me which is arcane and which is divine. Um,
It should tell you
The
which.
spell. The spell itself tells you which one it is, I think.
the spell itself. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So, summon monster 2 is arcane, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Wait. Hold on. It can be used by clerics and by. Actually, wait.
Yeah,
And
I see
wizards,
that.
yeah.
Okay, so
And clerics.
some of them might be both. Okay. Right. So summon monster 2 is both. What would you have to do then to be able to use it yourself, Arcanus? You have to do. You have to go
Hmm.
through this whole. Well, the
I don't think I
identified.
can. It does.
Well, let
I
me.
don't think I
It
can use
has to
summon
be.
monster, yeah.
The spell must be on the class list as well. So
Yeah,
if the
it's not
spell
on my
isn't on your
class
class
list.
list, you can't use it.
So is this spell on your class list, Arcanus?
No, it is not. I have summon nature's ally instead.
I see. Okay. Um. All right. So now I'm trying to figure out how do we talk in world about the difference between when you're checking the scrolls for to identify or to decipher them. Because you said before, I just pour over them. So pour over them could be identify, could be decipher them. All right, just it doesn't matter. Just activate detect magic. So
Okay.
remember, you don't have to type anything. Just go and hit the circle to the left and then the
Yep.
die to the right. Right, and now start rolling against spellcraft. Roll 5 of them. We're almost done. This is the lower one, so this is 15 plus. So a 16 could be a success. Anything less than 16 is not going to be a success. Right. So 2 of them might be successes. Um, let me pull out. Okay. So
Want to use the bathroom real quick?
yeah. Yeah, so this is 15 plus. So the first one would be 15. Okay, the first one is failed. It's again the more powerful one. Then the next three are the ones that are identical. Well, now that means that if you succeed one, you know all three. But the question is, are you supposed to know that they're identical? I guess not. I guess not. In this case, all right. And then the third one. All right. So now we have some results. I just want to check this guy. He tells me here what exactly you learn from identify. So you learn everything about it with apparently one exception. You know whether it's arcane or divine, what level spell is on it, what level the spells are scribed at.
But you don't know how to cast a spell
Doesn't
unless you
reveal
decipher it.
exactly. It doesn't reveal exactly what spell is on the scroll. So it reveals everything about the spell in the scroll except the exact technical name of the spell. To find that out, you must decipher the scroll, which he failed. So the deciphering, which is the more difficult procedure, tells you exactly the name of the spell, and it allows you to use it. Those are the two important things: what spell it is, and can I use it or not. Those are the two important things. And he's failed in all the scrolls except the summon monster one. The identifying is just going to tell him what spells the other ones are, but he can't use them until he succeeds in deciphering them. So the question is, can he retry to decipher them? That's another question. Um, would that be? That would be in the spellcraft. The retry. Let's see. It says here once per day. So the way I understand it is now it's past midnight. You have to wait pretty much 24 hours, and then you could try this whole fucking freak show again. That's how I understand it. Does it make sense? It kind of does make sense. Uh, it does make sense because otherwise, what? You will never be able to use the scrolls unless we go with my rule that your stats must change. In that case, instead of being able to try once a day, you'd be able to try, once a level, and a level might take you, days or weeks or months to attain. Um, unless you got the so it's kind of weird now, because what if you went to get the item identified by another wizard, so he identifies it and he tells you everything about it, but you still can't use it because you need to decipher it personally. That did not exist in second edition. When the item was identified, you could use it in second edition. I
Would
don't know.
having that wizard identify it for you, would that make it easier for you to decipher it for yourself?
Doesn't
in
say.
in second edition, if another wizard identified for you, you could use it if it was, in your power to use it. But in this game, identifying tells you what it is so that you know how useful it is. Maybe you want to sell it, maybe whatever, but you can't use it unless you personally decipher it. Unless we haven't read the whole page. If we scroll down further in the official explanation, let's see what it says. Activate the spell.
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna go get something to drink.
Okay. Yeah, I figured it. I understand everything now. It's extremely freaking complicated. All right. So we're gonna wait for Chef to get back, and then he succeeded into. Now we we have this other problem now with the stupid 3 identical scrolls. Uh, what should I do about that? It's such an edge case. Like there's 3 identical scrolls. If I identify one of them but fail the other 2, do I know that they're identical? I'll be back in a sec. I'll drink something and I'll be back.
All right.
Oh, my character has like use magic device, right? So I can't use a spell unless I decipher it. Is
Say
that
again, your character has what, Exile?
use magic device.
Yeah,
So I have to decipher a scroll before I can use it.
yeah. I don't think you can use scrolls at all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, your class doesn't have any. I don't think your class doesn't have any spells.
Well, look, use magic device skill says use a scroll, so he can use. People with magic device can use a scroll. It's a very high DC
He
though, DC 20 plus
he
caster level.
yeah, he can use magic devices. It's just more difficult for him. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
possible for him though.
The difference is the scrolls appear to be different because the chapter on scrolls says that it must be deciphered before. It must be deciphered. And the decipher has to happen with read magic spell or with a spellcraft check. So hold on a sec. Does he have spellcraft? I
Well,
guess
it's
he
just
could. I guess he could roll spellcraft for the decipher. It's just that for him is a -1, wisdom -1. Um, is spellcraft a wisdom really?
No.
Okay, I don't understand why his spellcraft has wisdom there, whereas your spellcraft has int. So I think did you click on spell on the whiz?
No.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
On your sheet, spellcraft is based on wisdom. Why? Whereas it should be intelligence. Let me check the other people. Let me check Arco. Spellcraft int. Let me check Ivan. Kills. Spellcraft int. Okay, so it must be a mistake. Maybe Dan clicked on it. So I'm gonna click on it. That's why people shouldn't be clicking on the sheets. Right. So now with int, it's +2. But it says train only, right? Spellcraft is train only, and you're not trained in it. Does it say train only? No, it doesn't say train only.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything about trained only.
All right, so I'm gonna Google it now. Untrained spellcraft Pathfinder. No, it is train only. Like on the internet, that D20 site, spellcraft intelligence trained only. That's what it says here. However, for some reason, it doesn't say that in the fantasy. Maybe it's a problem with Fantasy Grounds. Let me see. In any case, yeah, it's train only. So he would need to put a rank in spellcraft, and then he could try to decipher. However, you know what the problem is though, that the scroll description says that only arcane spellcasters can use arcane spells, and only divine spellcasters can use divine spells. But Exile is neither arcane spellcaster nor a divine spellcaster, so but this isn't the requirements for scroll users. It does not seem that he can use a scroll. He can use other magic items, but not scrolls.
Use wands.
And is it the same for like illusion magic and the other ones, or?
Look, if you want, you can write that question down on a note for yourself, and we can solve it some other time. But if it's not um, needed right now, we may as well solve the ones we have right now, so we can play a bit. uh,
Nice. Go allow.
yeah, but have you read the description of the scrolls in the page that I linked on Discord?
I think exception.
Where does it say it's an exception?
Just from the way it's written. Like, this goes on top of.
Says
magic
right here,
device.
use magic device lets you use a magic item as if you had the spell ability or class features of another class, as if you were a different race, or as if you were of a different alignment. So it just lets you fucking do it. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah. Stuff here.
All right, all right, all right.
Yeah, it
Let me
does.
read it. Let me read it.
I'll link it.
No, I have it in front of me.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just like a list of exceptions.
Fucking hell.
Use magic device is strong. Falcon, come on, bro. Start investing in that skill, bro.
You say that, but you should. There's pretty hefty penalties to trying to use it if you're not that class. If you take a look,
Really?
yeah.
There are the miscaps. There's an
Well, that
activate blandly. Well, I guess that does he have the highest? Does he have the highest use magic device? He has +6 use magic device. But Edward has +8, and Arco has +1. Now I'm worried. I'm worried about like, do other people have mistaken kills in? Do you understand what happened with Valkian? Like, normally the spellcraft skill is based on intelligence, but in his sheet it was based on wisdom. So somebody had clicked there by mistake. So now I'm worried about all your skills, all the characters.
It should say what ability it correlates to in the
you
skill
can change it.
chapter in
You
the
can
core
change it
rulebook.
accidentally. You can. It
Yeah,
says it in the core
apparently.
rulebook, but the thing is, you can change it accidentally in your character sheet, whether accidentally or on purpose.
There's reasons. There's reasons that fantasy grounds allow you to change it, because there's some edge cases where you might want to roll a skill not with the ability that it's based on, but another one. So there's some edge cases, but they should have a way to lock this, and some way to determine. It should be like when the setting is different, they should just have like a border that's like red or something like that. Because
What is that
now,
little lock icon? It shouldn't let you just change it randomly. It's
well, the reason it does, you know why, is because if we were playing on a tabletop, uh, people have their sheets in front of them. The players have the sheets in front of them, and they can do whatever they want to them.
yeah.
So it wants to give you all the options you have on a tabletop, because otherwise the game becomes unplayable at some points. So I understand why they're doing this. It's not a video game. It's not a where you can't just in a video game it's considered cheating if you just can click anything and change anything you want. But it's not. It's we are part of the video game. We are running the rules. It's not the computer running the rules. That's why everything is editable. And it bothers me because Dan has made little mistakes here and there, and but on the other hand, we'd never be playing without his mistakes. So, um, right. So the magic device is important. You know why it's important? Because maybe you would want to distribute the scrolls around. Maybe you would want to, but I don't know why you would want to. And so Ivan has a -1 use magic device. He's not trained anyway. And you need to be trained, right? We said you need to be trained, so he cannot do anything. Arco has +1, but again, he's not trained. So it's only Edward and Valkian who can use magic device, and the difference is not huge. One of them has +8, the other one has +6. Keep in mind though that they're also quite high because it's 20 plus or whatever, right? So it's quite high. So the +2, that extra that Edward has, does matter. And also keep in mind that there's all sorts of when the time comes for you to use a scroll, we're gonna have to check the scroll rules because there's all sorts of crazy things that might happen. The scroll might backfire, or it could be a different effect. Um,
What I don't understand is why use magic device as charisma instead of intelligence.
Because you're using your force of personality to make something work, even though it really shouldn't work for you. It has nothing to do with intelligence. Like, it doesn't
Okay.
really make any sense.
it's a bard style ability, I
Yeah.
think. They want to. I get what they're trying to do. Like, I think that the charisma there is supposed to be that you have had such a charismatic life that has had such wide experiences that it goes in the past. It doesn't. The charisma reflects your past, not how you use the scroll now. If you have a high charisma, I think in the minds of the designers, that means you have had a very rich life, maybe, and that's how you know to use this particular scroll that you just never seen before.
I've
Well, a
seen
lot
it
of the
described as your force of personality, whatever the fuck that means.
Yeah, yeah, the force of personality in the past. Like your personality was so cool in the past that you had such a wide life that brought you into contact with all these wizards and stuff, and now that's how you know. It. That's how I see it. I don't see it as now I roll the die and now my force of personality acts on this immobile, inanimate object. Like, how can my force of personality act in on the scroll?
yeah the
But
way the checks are described and use magic device is like you emulate a certain class feature, you emulate an alignment or emulate an ability score, emulate a race. Like some magic items work only for members of certain races or work better for members of those races. And you can use such an item as if you're a member of a race of your choice. You can only emulate one race at a time.
Actually, it says it. I've just spelled.
Yeah, yeah.
hold on, one thing that I don't understand about it says that in addition, it requires a minimum score in the appropriate ability. What is the appropriate ability?
So depending on the spell you're trying to cast, um, it could be it's usually 10 plus spell level, and the appropriate ability would be depending on what class the spell is for. So, for example, if it's for sorcerer, the ability is charisma. If it's a wizard spell, it's the score is for intelligence, or it could be
Okay, and then you have to, and if you don't have that, you have to use another magic device check to emulate the ability.
yeah.
It's quite high though, 20 per caster level. So that scroll that's third cast, the summon monster is third caster level. So that would be 23 DC. With his +6, he would have to roll at least 18 or something. 18 +6, no, 17. Yeah, you have to
And
roll
it really doesn't
17.
tell you. I see. It really doesn't tell you. Each scroll doesn't tell you which specific class the spells are for.
No, the scrolls don't say class. They just say the spell. The spell. Yeah.
Hmm.
So then we don't know. For example, if well, I guess if a spell belongs to several classes, then you can choose the ability. You see what I'm saying? You can
Yeah,
say I use it from that or I use it from that. But the scrolls themselves are not categorized as divine or arcane. They just give you the name of the spell, which
yeah,
is
okay.
which is I would imagine that if a wizard transcribes a scroll and a cleric transcribes the same spell on a scroll, that they would still be different. They
Yeah,
would not transcribe them the same way. But
that's how I understand it.
the adventure at least gives these scrolls only the spell name. So we're gonna play it as flexible. Uh, by the way, I thought you'd be done with half the dungeon by now, and we're still in the same fucking room. Anyway, I'm learning this stuff, so I will know it when the other groups come, because no other group has had this issue yet. I don't think. I think they found a couple of scrolls, but oh yeah, well in that case we identify. I think, and they failed to identify them. So, but I didn't know this distinction between decipher and identify. All right. So Edward had rolled 5 times. And now we're stuck about what to do with the 3 identical scrolls. Ideally, because now he succeeded in one of the spells, but he failed the other 2. So now what? He's gonna know all three scrolls, even though he failed. Um, all right. So let me look at the spellcraft again. So identify the properties of a magic item using detect magic. You know what? The other thing is, when you identify a scroll, what I do is I just turn on the identifying fantasy grounds, and then I just give you the scroll, and you have all the stats, right? But since this identify is not a full identify, how am I going to give you the scroll? You see what I'm saying? The only way, the way I can do it is where it says magic scroll. Instead of saying magic scroll, you will have a parenthesis next to it, where it will tell you sort of all the stuff that it does except its name. You know why this is so weird? Because All other magic items, when you succeed in identifying them, I give you everything about them. Only with scrolls, there's this distinction between identify and decipher. Unless wands have also the same thing, and I don't want to get there. I don't want to go there. We could maybe we made a mistake. Well, okay. Is there a deciphering for wands and for roads? I don't think so. I think identify gives you everything in those cases. That's how we've been playing it so far, at least. All right.
I think, from what I understand, it seems like it's harder to make a proper magic item that just anybody can use or attain benefits from. So a scroll is just kind of uh, like blueprints for a spell
Yeah,
that you have to know how to cast stuff in order to use.
I see. Yeah, it's for advanced users, basically. So, all right. So for the first spellcraft, wait, the first spellcraft. Yeah, that was for the strongest scroll. You failed. For the second one, the 22, that succeeded. And let's see how we're gonna put it now. I'm gonna edit your.
Holy shit! A scroll can have more than one spell.
Yeah,
I didn't know
Okay,
that.
yeah.
you can have a whole list of spells. Yeah.
All right. So for the second scroll, you know that it's in your inventory. It says the magic scroll. So I'm gonna put in parentheses divine. So you know that it's divine. What level spell is on it? Level 1. What level it is scribed at? Uh, uh, Level 1 spell. Level 1, okay. And then caster level, also 1. But it doesn't reveal exactly what spell is on the scroll. So you know that it's divine, you know what level it is, you know what level it's scribed at. Can you see its aura?
Um, I mean, if I use detect magic, then I can see its aura.
No, on
But
your
if you're talking
inventory,
about
in your inventory.
Hold on a second. Might need to widen this thing out.
Well, I'm gonna look in your stream. I'm trying to see. You need to click on the blue ribbon on the right of the scroll.
Oh, okay. I see. No, I just get notes, which is empty.
I see. Okay. So in that case, because I have told you the schools of some of those, so now I should type which one is which. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this identification that you succeeded in, the stuff that it gives you is kind of useless.
Yeah.
Like I normally I would just give you everything, and now the only thing that this guy on the internet is allowing me to give you is divine level 1, caster level 1. That's it. I don't get it. How does that help?
Well, uh,
It's
divine
better.
is the it's divine rather than arcane, right?
Yeah, that
That's the
means
difference.
that
So
you can't use it.
I can't use it, yeah. But Arconus might be able to.
Yeah, that's something.
Maybe.
Maybe. What are
Divine
the
is for
magic
priests.
scrolls? Yeah.
Not the summon one.
No, not the summon monster. As far as we know.
I can't use that one anyway.
Divine? Oh, the summon monster one. Yeah.
No, yeah.
Yep. Well, I mean, you can if you do a magic device check, which I don't know if you have that as your spell
Yeah,
spellcraft.
why would I want
No.
to? I have so many natures I like. I'm covered there.
That right now.
Okay, yeah, I get it. The check that you're doing now is identifying the properties. It's just the properties. Let's see. So the other question is, what are we going to do with the retry? Are we gonna let? Am I gonna let you in 24 hours to try again?
Well, if
Okay,
it's the same with
I'll tell you what. You're not gonna get to 24 hours now. So I'm gonna have to put a note. Decide whether to allow retry ID scrolls every 24. It does make sense. Look, you know, in second edition, you get very few magical items. It's not like Pathfinder where every other, room has magical items. So if you're only going to be getting, one magical item per session or per other session, um, it's not the same if you're carrying 30 magical items. If you're carrying 30 magical items with you and you only identify 3, it makes sense to let you try again the next day so you can identify another 2, and then the next day another 2, and the next day another 2. So it would take you weeks. Keep in mind also that these adventures for Pathfinder are made to be played over in-game time very quickly. Like the campaigns usually take a month, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, something like that in game. Whereas a campaign in D&D Second Edition is years in game. So these campaigns shower you with magical items in the space of a few weeks, months, and in this case, it does make sense to roll every day. It does make so see. I'm trying to wrap my head around the system. It's not just the system; it's the system and the adventures, because the adventures are written. The system is written with the adventures in mind, and the adventures are written with the system in mind. And both the system and the adventures are new to me. They're not like second edition. Second edition, you go in this dungeon and you have all the time in the world. Like you can go in the dungeon and explore for a couple of days, then you come out for a week, you rest, then you go back in, and you can take months. But you cannot take months now because there's Martella upstairs and all hell is breaking loose. You see?
Yeah.
So if you can't take months, and if the game pushes you to maximize every day, and the game is only a few days, like this adventure that you're playing right now, the full adventure is just a few days. I'm not going to tell you how many. It could be one day, it could be 2, it could be 3, it could be a week. It's not a lot of time. So if during these few days it gives you 50 magical items, then it makes sense for you to keep trying every day because you don't have that many days. It does make sense, but it doesn't make sense in second edition. because the adventures do not generally push you through. They're not so fast. There's not so many items. It's a completely different. I missed 25 years basically. I stopped playing in 1995, and I started playing again in freaking well. War for the Crown was published in 2018, I think. So basically, that is 23 years I missed. And in these 23 years, they changed they evolved the adventures from not back then. It wasn't just dungeon crawls, but even the outdoor sections, they were still written kind of like with a dungeon crawl in mind, where mostly the players had as much time as they wanted on their hands, mostly. And now, fast forward like 2.5 decades, and the adventures are written like a movie, at the pace of an action movie. So at least the Paisa ones, because from what I've seen of the Dungeons and Dragons ones, they're still being written with a slower pace in mind. That's also why in second edition and first edition, when you level up, you're supposed to find someone to train you. Like, you don't just level up in the middle of a dungeon. You're supposed to go out, find a master who can train you, and then he trains you, and then you get the extras. Whereas now, you leveled up in the middle of a dungeon, and suddenly you have twice the hit points. Suddenly you have new spells. How did you learn these new spells in the middle of a dungeon? Doesn't make any sense. Um, but so basically, what they did is they advanced the complexity of the adventures, but at the same time, they did not. They kept still Dungeons and Dragons, the basic rule progression and all that, because they couldn't figure out, I guess, how to make it more. How do you make it more natural that he learns new spells in the middle of, a dungeon out of nowhere? How does he get the hit by? At the very least, you should have to sleep before you wake up and you get more hit points. You should not just walk in the middle of the. However, there's ways to rationalize it. Like, for example, what do the extra hit points represent? Do they represent that you can take more punishment, or do they represent that you can also avoid punishment? So, a character has 10 hit points, another character has 20 hit points. The 20 hit points character doesn't necessarily mean that he has more flesh on his body to be cut out of. It could also mean that um, it could be also in the form of willpower, that he can stay in battle longer without collapsing, because he's more experienced in not losing his shit and not. You see what I'm saying? So what do the hit points represent? You have to, if you take the hit points that are more abstract, then you could say that after your experiences earlier in the night, you've become more resilient, and that's why you last more in battle. Anyway, it's super complicated how this shit works. And so divine level 1, caster level 1, and all of three of these scrolls are the same. And the school, did you succeed? That's the thing. Let's see. Okay, conjuration. Okay, divine. So I'm gonna write the aura as well. Faint, conjuration. So check the scrolls in your inventory. Those three identical ones.
Yep, everything you've written on the name is the same for each one. Well,
Right? Divine level 1, caster level 1, faint, conjuration. So we're done with that.
yep.
And then we pull out the next scroll.
Well, it should be the fifth one now, because I think the
It
first.
should be the fifth one. one. Where's the fifth one? For which you succeeded. So okay, I need to find out the spell now. Let me see. Okay, this is I need to find. Okay, I need to pull up the spell description. We're almost done, guys.
I didn't get the spell for that one, so it should just be the
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, Pathfinder core rules. I pulled up the spell. So this spell now that I'm looking at which classes can use it. So it says wizard here. It has a lot of classes like adept, alchemist, anti-paladin, arcanist, bard, inquisitor, investigator. I'm trying to figure out if it's also uh, divine, but I don't think it is divine because I don't see cleric, right? For it to be divine, I would have to see cleric, right?
I'm pretty sure
Divine
an
is
Inquisitor.
cleric, druid, paladin, and ranger.
I don't see ranger. I see anti-paladin. I don't see paladin.
I would
I don't know
assume an
if
anti-paladin's powers is considered divine.
there's no way an anti-paladin is unless
In any case, there's no
Why
anti-paladin.
not?
There's no anti-paladin in the fucking game yet. So let's not think about it. I only see wizard. I see sorcerer. Wait, do I see sorcerer? Yes, I see sorcerer. I do not see cleric. I do not see druid. Okay, so I'm gonna assume it's arcane. So I typed arcane, and then it's level 2, and it's caster level 3. So you have all this info, and it's comma faint illusion. So let's look at the scroll. How does it look now in your inventory? I think it doesn't. I have to close your inventory and reopen. Oh no, I was typing in the wrong box. Okay. I was typing in the okay.
I saw you typing in real time for the other one, so I
Yeah,
don't think you
you
need to
know where I was
close or
typing.
reopen.
I should have been typing in your inventory, but instead of typing in your, I was typing in the adventures.
Oh,
Um, anyway, I'll do it now. Boom. Yeah, you should be able to see it in a sec.
oh, there we go.
So, so it does give you a bunch of info. It's definitely useful. It's not useless. It's just not as powerful as we remember that it was. Arcane level 2, castle level 3. Oh, I have to fix the parentheses there. You know, this should go in the notes, not in the name of the scroll. It should go in the notes, shouldn't it?
You mean the notes for the item?
Yeah. What do you think? Should it go in the
Yeah,
name?
makes sense.
It's more. I think it's more convenient if it goes in the name. But I mean, what are the notes for? That's what the notes are for, right? Is they're not.
Yeah.
I remember for some reason we ran into some problem with the notes. Like,
Then
oh no, that's right. Okay, no, you
I
were
thought
trying to
that
use the notes.
in the beginning, I thought that the notes were
Yeah,
for me, not for you guys. So I
yeah,
put information in the notes that I didn't want you to see, and it turns out you can see it. So then I stopped using the notes for myself. I'm not using it for me. So if it's not for the GM, what are the notes for? It's for the players.
yeah.
So I think it should be in the notes that all this. Wait, oh my God, what did I do? Okay, I dubbed by mistake. I gave you the same item twice. I'm gonna delete the other one. Right, I deleted the other one. Okay, the scroll is here. So let's put that stuff in the notes. Otherwise, there's no reason to use the notes.
Yeah, nice.
Okay, so the first one is fixed. You're just gonna have to click through to see what they do. That's the only. Right. So
Okay.
um, it's crazy though, because so that means that some of these scrolls are identified, but you still don't know what the spell is. So how is it identified? So they're identified but are deciphered. So I mean that's something that I could put in the scroll name. Or no, or not. Well, okay, magic scroll. See, identified in my mind tells me that you know everything about the item. But in this game, specifically for scrolls, it doesn't mean that. Identify for scrolls means you just know everything except what the scroll does. It's crazy.
Well, he
Go ahead.
can't
Yeah,
read the
it's
scroll.
strange.
It's like a cipher. It doesn't make sense to him. He can't decipher it.
Yes, but how has he identified it then? He's supposed to have identified it.
He just knows like the nature of the magic. He doesn't know what the magic is, and he doesn't know how to cast it.
But all other items, when we call them identified, he knows everything about them.
Yeah, but scrolls are like specifically these ciphers that contain magic information that allow you to cast a spell that you just have to know the rest of the spell essentially.
All right, Mr. Jacobs.
Mr. Jacobs, man, I'm just reading the book, all right? Excuse
actually,
me.
actually, that's not. That's the other guy. The Jason Bollman is the guy who writes the rules. It's one guy who
Yeah.
writes the rules, and the other guy writes the adventures. All right. So
As a scroll is a spell that's
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's like the writing like doesn't make sense to him. He can't read it.
the word identified, that it has been identified, and my brain is just boom. Identified means he knows everything. How can it be
This
identified
is
now if he doesn't know anything? He
this
doesn't know. You know.
like he knows that it's a magic like it's a certain type of magical scroll, but he just can't read it. He can't use it.
You know what they could do? They could give us the name of the spell with identify. So okay, you know what the name of the spell is? It's fireball, but you still can't use it unless you decipher it. Anyway, I get it because this way it's more complex because this way you can use the scroll even if you don't know what it does, and then it might blow up in your face or whatever. It's more interesting this way. All right. So so the last one was for the last spell. Okay, so how about you type something now, Edward, to the effect that you can tell them, all right, I sort of figured out something about a couple of the scrolls, but not all of them. Still don't know how to use most any except one, and then you can decide to hand the scrolls out. Like maybe the divine scroll, you could give it to the druid. I mean, even if the druid can't use it, it's better that he has it, isn't it? Because
Right.
well, you know, he's a druid. He may as well get the divine stuff, even if he can't use it specifically. Maybe he can meet a cleric in the future. Who knows? So that if Edward falls down a trap pit and never comes back, then at least he won't take all the scrolls with him. Yeah.
Right.
Exile, you have
Yep.
your mouse right over The X button on the
Oh,
closest fantasy grounds.
Oh God.
Yeah, move it away
yeah,
from
my
there.
bad. Sorry about that. I was wondering why the X was red, but I didn't even think about that.
Man, what are you doing with your knife on my throat? What are you doing with your knife? Could you get that out of here? All right.
And that is a session for today. I hope you guys had fun. See you next time. Next time. At least you should get out of this room.
Table's a dragon, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
The legendary table dragon. It attracts victims with fake wine.
You should have said, I figured out a little about some of these scrolls. Not I know a
Yeah.
little, I figured out a little. Um, I mean, there's only one you can use properly, right?
Yeah.
So you should, add a clarification there. Actually, I can only really use one of them. Say something like that, and then tell Arco that you figured out this one is divine, hand it over to him. So you have to put it in the party sheet and he has to take it from there.
For fuck's sake.
It's okay, I can fix that. Um, wait though, let me see. The divine ones, it's actually 3 divine ones. They're identical ones. So you have to give him all 3 of those.
Oh, dude, maybe they're cure light wounds.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe they're cure spells.
I wonder what that illusion spell is supposed to be.
I have no idea.
Right. And after saying that, because you said these ones,
Ah, whoops. Sorry, man.
put them in the party sheet, Chev.
Yep. Just making sure I've got the right ones. Yes.
Then the powerful one, you keep it to yourself. So the powerful one, you don't know. Well, how do you even know? Oh yeah, you know because it's moderate, and it's you don't know the school. You don't know anything about it. I guess you keep it to yourself. And then
How do I?
the illusion one, I guess again you keep it to yourself, right?
How do
Yeah.
I grab the item?
So you go to the party sheet and you just drag from the little ribbon. You drag that ribbon to your inventory.
Is a golem. It's a piezo
Yeah,
golem.
it's a golem. It's a golem.
Yeah, you drag the golem. I wonder what would happen if you dragged it to your character's profile image at the top left of the screen. We can try some other time. I'm just worried
You
that.
know,
What?
you know, it's a real monster. It has stats and shit.
Really?
Yeah, there's like a article that like an editor or some shit wrote about it.
They're called the
It's
Paizo.
literally it's literally called the Paizo Golem. It knows everything. That's why you gotta click on him, because he has all the information.
Damn, Ivan, you've got a lot of gold. Is that weighing you down or?
No, but keep in mind that the fact that you click on him is only for fantasy grounds. So it's not
Yeah.
for as far as the tabletop guys are concerned, they don't even know that you can click on it. Right. So let's recap just for a sec. The powerful scroll, you know nothing about it, and it's on Edward's inventory. Then the illusion scroll, you just know a bunch of stuff about it, but not what the spell is. It's again on Edward's inventory. Then the 3 The three divine scrolls are. Let me check on.
I should say I'll try my best to make use of them.
Yeah, yeah, I'll fix it. So the divine scrolls are. And you can see in your inventory, if you go to your inventory and you click on the scrolls, you can see in the notes. Check if you can see the notes, Arconus.
Divine level 1, caster level 1, faint conjuration.
Yeah. And tell me something. I see in your inventory you have an item that's called Holly and Mistletoe. What is this Holly with double L? Oh, it's a plant.
that yeah, it is it's basically a sacred symbol used by druids. Like historical druids, they would harvest them from oak trees and like use them in rituals and shit. I just use it to cast druid spells. That's all it
All
is.
right, all right. Um, but I think we're missing something. Are we not missing a scroll? Wait.
No, I've got 3 of them in my inventory, and then Arco has 3 of the other ones.
Okay,
So
I missed the
should
yeah, I
be it.
missed the one that has been actually identified and the summon monster too.
Oh yes, yes.
So it's crazy. The game gives you 6 scrolls right now, but the only one that you can use right now, 100%, is the summon monster. And so the way that I see it, look, let's assume that you spend the rest of the day on in this dungeon, right? That means that for in this dungeon, and then the next day, let's say you get out of this dungeon, right? That means that even though this dungeon gave you 6 scrolls, you can really only use one of them because of your bad rolls or bad abilities or bad class choices or whatever. And then the next day, when you go out, the game allows you to try again to identify them or decipher them again. And that makes sense to me. Like, initially, I would say that is overpowered, this retrying every day. But it's not overpowered if you consider that you first have to survive this dungeon with only one out of the 6 scrolls that the game gave you. It gives you 6 scrolls. You can only use one. If it was a video game, you could use all of them. But it's not a video game. You can only use whichever ones you manage to decipher. So it makes sense that tomorrow, if you manage to survive the perils of tonight, it makes sense that the game would give you another chance tomorrow to identify some more. And remember, these rolls are very high. They are very high. Those rolls you have is DC 20 plus plus this. That's very high. Some of these you cannot at this level you cannot identify at all. So you could roll every day for weeks and still not be able to get it. So I think that I will allow tomorrow another roll. So I'm just, I'm speaking aloud because I'm just trying to, explain to you how I'm thinking and how I'm figuring out this game. Um, so probably tomorrow I will give you. You know what? Let's put that in the calendar. Let's. So we have here calendar. So I'm gonna send you the calendar, and then day 2 beneath the Senate. I'm gonna say beneath the Senate. Oh, wait, and I'm gonna type um, Edward failed some scroll deciphering
Also
uh,
that ring. Also that ring. The
around midnight. I will say around midnight. Okay, so Edward failed a ring ID and some scroll deciphering around midnight. Um, yeah, so as far as the ring goes, yeah, we have to reread that stuff. But yeah, for the time being, I think that this, um, let me type here day 3. So day 3, basically at midnight the next day, you should be able to try all that stuff again. Uh, I'm gonna make sure that before the next session I read some more of the core rulebook and I also Google some more and but I think that's how we're gonna play it. We're gonna play it exactly as it says probably and just allow you, and we'll see how it goes. Right. Um, That's it. We're good. You guys can play.
All right.
I'll go left.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Marco's.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he posted on Discord. He'll be back. Okay. Oh, that means his stream is also.
So do I need to cast the spell,
Yeah,
right?
go ahead and cast it with the, with the. Right. I just need to really quickly check the description of the spell to make sure it can do what you want it to do. Right. Okay, that makes sense. You can do it. When they say common here, though, they don't mean it's a common room is a room where people meet,
Yeah.
like in this.
Yeah.
But I think we should stop until Arcanus gets back. So, because he's missing out on this, isn't he? He's not on Discord now. Oh, okay. Because he's using Shadow, it's possible that yeah, he's back now. For him, internet cutting out is more serious than for you guys and for me, because we're using Shadow. His whole computer is basically down when that happens, and it can take quite a while to get Shadow back up.
So when his
Thanks.
internet goes down, how does Shadow work with that? Does it stay? Does the actual Shadow computer stay up and?
It stays up for
Or,
half an hour, but
okay.
he has to launch the client again, and that takes time.
Yeah. Right.
It used to stay up for like 90 minutes, but when the pandemic hit, they complained that too many people were using the shadows, so they lowered it to 30 minutes.
Ah.
Lord Wilfin says, "Who is Caltex Arconis?" What does he mean that he connected? What is this, Starfinder? Hey, what's up?
You back?
Welcome.
Oh, so his computer is still streaming because no, it says 9 minutes there. So his computer stopped the stream. Why did it stop though? Because it's the shadow that's
Because I
streaming.
closed it. I had to close the shadow in order to gain access to it. When it starts, like, when there's anything fucky that happens with my internet connection, shadow crashes, and then I have to close out of it, and it stays on. The computer's still on. It's just that the stream is fucked. It's just
Well,
frozen.
why would the stream stop though? Because it's streaming from wherever is in New York, New Jersey. Where is the data center? My data
Big
center
New
is in
York.
Paris. So if I shut
Yeah.
down my computer now, the data center in Paris would still be streaming.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. The stream to my computer is just frozen, and the computer over there in New York is fine. I just don't have access to it anymore, so I have to tell the computer to shut down, and then it it just allows me to access it again from the beginning because I don't know. It's so
Well,
weird. I already asked them about this, and they just keep telling me get a better connection. I'm like, bro, this is the best connection I got. So, I don't know.
um, the OBS is running on your laptop or in the shadow.
In the shadow,
I see.
everything's running in the shadow.
I see. All right. So you're still you're streaming now, right?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Let me check.
Shouldn't be. Everything got shut down.
Yeah. No, it's not. You're not streaming. All right. Well, start everything up again, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Are you? Yeah. Make sure you have Sirenscape, right?
Sirenscape is not on just yet.
See, that's another thing that should have stayed on. I mean, if Fantasy Ground did you have to launch Fantasy? Yeah, you have to launch Fantasy Ground. That's
Yeah,
weird.
I had to launch everything again. Everything got shut down.
Okay.
I'm just connecting my OBS to my account again.
You should make a profile for that, Arconis.
I did. I have to do it again.
Oh, every time? Every time?
Sometimes, yeah. Shadow's really fucking weird these days, man. It just saves settings from like past sessions, and then I have to like redo them. It's fucking weird. I don't understand what is happening with this service.
Yeah, right.
I'm
Maybe you
back
need to.
though.
Maybe when you Yeah, okay, that is weird.
I'm streaming now. Yeah, it just resets to when. I just need the map again. It just resets to like not
You should.
being set up again. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's weird.
you should be able to find the map in the images on the right there, the campaign category, and then down underneath that to images. And then if you click on the group and go uncategorized, um, you scroll down to like the middle, and there should be a like map category, sort of like map. The images are titled map hallways, and that's the one you want. You just double
All right.
click on that, and then it opens it up.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Can you see all the stuff written above since you disconnected from in Fantasy Grounds,
No.
or
No.
No, you can't.
It all gets wiped.
okay?
Okay, hold on a sec. Right. So you're streaming now?
Yeah.
You're streaming now. So what you should do is go on Twitch to somebody else's. Go to the Insomnia channel, and you will
Right.
see on this. You will see Chef streaming, and you will see the last stuff that's been posted there. Read it, and we'll continue from there.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Give me 1 second. We'll continue. All right. So I was telling them that when this guy Lord Wilfin tells them that you're in a common room, common doesn't mean that the room is common as opposed to rare. Common is a room where people meet. You know, like the common room of an inn is the room downstairs where the like
Kind
the
kind of like the living room, but
the
more
living
for
room,
like
the social room, something like that. So when
yeah.
he says we seem to be in a type of common room, it's like you could call it a conference room. It's not really a conference. Okay, so he continues his explanation. Okay, adjoining, it needs G.
We can like draw on the map, if he points onto the crudely drawn map.
Oh, I see.
Well,
I see what you're saying. See what you're saying. Let me see how you on the table. Uh, so why are you?
Why I'm speaking to Lord
Hold on a sec.
Wilfin.
You need to go straight down from the door, Arconus.
Yep.
So, who carries the lantern? Yeah. Do you guys remember anything about the lantern? Uh, so Edward has to move
Magical,
out
right?
of the way for Exile to get out of the door.
I was just using a light spell. I don't really know anything about the lantern.
Well, so let me tell you
No,
about the lantern.
it's magically lit.
So it when you found it, you remember where you found it? You found it.
Yeah.
Let me point out. You found it on that passage that you were telling. It was right. It was right here. Um, so let, let me explain something. This room. Let me see if you can see it on your. Yeah, that room is a hidden room, and this door here is a secret door. I painted that myself there. So right from the secret room there was a handle on the wall, and you pull that handle, and that's how you got into here.
Hmm.
um, and right next to that handle, that's where the lantern was on the ground. It was a hooded lantern, and it was flickering with a blue light. And it's still flickering. It's a blue light. It's not fire. It's obviously magical. um, so this is the lantern. Let me see if Ivan has it in his inventory. He should have it. Yes, he has a hooded lantern flickering with blue light. And it says that it is equipped. So he's holding it on one hand, and he's holding the sword in the other. All right. Because otherwise, all these rooms that you're in are dark, right?
Mhm.
The thing with these tokens is that the nobles, I have to keep rotating them, whereas your tokens don't need to be rotated. What was the pardon for Vulcan? Exalt.
Oh, he was in the way.
Oh, okay, okay. So I'm not sure if I have told you. I think I sort of told you about. First of all, they offered you 300 gold pieces per person if you bring them safely to the surface. So that's 900 gold between them. Plus, the adventure gives you XP for every one of them that survives. Plus, there
Yeah, I
could be
do
other
recall
stuff,
this.
other benefits or whatever. But I'm just telling you that all three of them could die, or all three of them could survive, and it's up to you to manage them. So you've had some ideas so far, but anything at all that you can think of. I mean, you could lock them in a room if you wanted to. You see what I'm saying? Anything at all that you can think of. But if you walk into a room and there's a trap, like a fireball trap, and it goes off, then everybody's going to take fireball damage, including them. And they don't have many hit points. Or you could leave them behind, and maybe more things are going to come out of the wall. They're going to eat them. So you just have to figure it out. By the way, I just revealed a bit more of the map to you because Ivan is in the corner there. Actually, how much would his vision be? Wouldn't his vision be? Is there a thing for the vision on his sheet?
If the
Is
torch is anything like, hold on a second.
Yeah.
all right. So I'll check what the because it's a spell that's. Okay, let me put something. I'm not sure if I put that before.
Yeah, a regular torch's flame.
Right. So a regular Tulgis flame is what is it? Because it was I think it was like 45. Let me see.
20-foot radius. No,
Is
that's
it?
normal light. And past that, an additional 20 feet, it increases the light level by one step. For example, darkness becomes dim light, and dim light becomes normal light.
Wait. Here when I'm looking in the torch description in the Pathfinder book, it says normal light is for 20-foot radius, and an extra 20 feet beyond that increases by one step. So because here everything is darkness, it would become dim light. So, 20 foot means that Ivan can see all the way up here. So he can see all the way up there normally, and then another 20, right? So that's well, actually, wait, actually, that's 20, right? So he can see all the way there, and 40 would be here. Wait, that's 40. That's 45. 40. Okay. Okay. So let me then. There you go. So
down the hallway, basically.
He can see all the way there normally, and from there to there, he can see only as a dim light. So you would not basically be able to fight in that.
Oh,
So it would be useful if Arco also had his light spell, because if you guys spread out, then you would have to be within 20 feet of Ivan to fight effectively. Whereas with the other 20 feet from so Arco should what you should do, Arco, is Arconus, you should type that. How long does your spell last? Is it 10 minutes or 20 minutes or something? I think it's 20 minutes.
I forget.
Let's check it. Yes, 10 minutes per level. Now your second level, so it's 20 minutes. So you should type that every 20 minutes I relight my staff. So type that every 20 minutes I relight my staff, and then control enter. So this means that the nobles are now in dim light, because that's the 20 feet that has good light. Okay. So now we assume that 20 feet from Arco. So that's all the way to here is good light, and then where the nobles are sitting, they're in the dim light behind you, not in darkness. Darkness is, let's see, 20s here, 40s here. So darkness is 10 feet behind them or something. So it makes sense that they would hang out just a bit behind you, so that if something uh, comes down on you, it won't come down on them, and then they can scatter. If they're back there and they see something happening to you, they can just run away. But if you want them to come closer, or if you want them to stay in a room, or if you want them to do whatever, you tell them. Right.
Oh, whoops.
Anyone remember?
Oh yeah, we did have that, didn't we?
Uh, Tell me.
Arconus checks with
Check for traps, yeah.
Yeah, there was a, and I think I wrote it down somewhere. Let me see where I wrote it.
Just get the half elves to look real hard.
Okay, so first of all, I need to cast detect magic on the door. Then Arco checks the door for traps, and Valkian helps him. We all help him. We all help Arco look for traps in the door.
Um,
Um,
you don't specifically cast detect magic in the door. You can do a whole 60 feet.
yeah, 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 yeah. Like through
Yeah,
into
your
the
eyes
room
just
behind it as well.
yeah,
Right.
your eyes just start emitting it like a ray. Um, should we call it the southern door or just the door?
So
We're not really supposed to know.
um, how we had I can't remember if it was with your group or with another group. We had written down a whole procedure. Instead of you having to repeat it in every door, we assume that you do it everywhere, pretty much,
Yeah.
in every door. And then I roll the perception checks on my own. And then if there's something magic, I just tell you. So
Yep.
it
Okay.
doesn't look like we have it anywhere written. Let's check quickly the notes. Just go to the notes. There is one that's called combat notes, and it says, if you can see the combat notes, Ivan is holding sword with two hands.
I was just
That was during the fight, so we can delete that now.
Maybe we can make an exploration notes and put down. It
Yeah.
is assumed that.
Well, the whole reason for this procedure is, I think we could put it in the combat notes just at the top, or I could just rename it exploration, exploration and combat notes. So I renamed that. Right. So let me type here. Edward cast detect magic at every pixel. Detect magic everywhere.
See it as a magic detective.
So basically, I assume that you go around with those big, huge cones. Draw out the 60 foot. I think it's 60 foot. Draw it out so
Yeah.
people can see how huge it is.
Okay. Now what was it again? It was like alt, right? I mean,
Uh,
I can just do it, I guess, and then.
yeah,
Whoa.
I think Control or Alt. Just draw out. Click Control. Let me see. No, Control is a circle, and Alt is this. So 60 foot is it's enormous. So you can see. Um, 60 foot is that. So
Fuck.
he should be able to scan, like, let's say from where he is sitting right now. Boom, he can do that.
Oh, that's nuts.
And then he can do another one right here. So that means you're moving slowly, because this is not instantaneous. It takes one round. It takes 3 rounds basically. So it could take 3 rounds is, well, it's
Well,
20 something seconds.
it's only 3 rounds if I don't initially notice any.
Okay, so it's only 1 round is what you're telling me, right?
I think
Unless
so.
you initially, so it's six
Let me take a
seconds,
look at
but
the.
it's still you have to walk around, and you still have every few steps you have to take 6 seconds. Wait, you know.
Yeah,
But it
it could
makes
really
sense.
bog us.
What's that?
It could really bog us down if we need to get somewhere fast.
Yeah, well, in that case, if you want to get somewhere fast, you tell me that you don't do
Yes.
the protocol.
Okay.
So I'm gonna type here exploration protocol, and keep in mind that let's say you're walking in the countryside or something, then you don't have this protocol unless you tell me that you have it. But now in this
Yeah.
Senate basement, you told me that you turn it on, exploration protocol, and we could have it. We could have it. You know what? We could have it. You could actually type it um, in the chat log. We'll put it in the chat log. Okay, hold on a sec. Uh,
go into an exploration stance.
Yeah. So Edward casts detect magic everywhere. That makes sense. And then I will say, how about doors? Um, all right. So doors. It's assumed that detect magic everywhere. Forget about detect magic. What do you want to do other than detect magic on doors?
Traps. I guess
So
Arco
yeah,
starts. We help him.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let me look at traps skill. Traps. The skill is it just perception?
Yeah.
Up
It's just
haste wise.
Yeah, apparently.
But you're supposed to do like a hidden roll or something. Only the GM's hidden roll
Yeah,
counts.
a lot of the stuff. I'll figure it out.
Oh right, no, yeah, that's because we
You
rolled a
know what
bunch
I
of
want to
ones.
do? If I have your protocol, you know what I can do with your protocol? Before we even start the game, I can roll for the entire dungeon. All the perception checks, all the traps checks, so that immediately when you enter an area where there's a trap, I can tell you, I can know immediately what happens. That's what I want. Of course, it could be that one of the characters dies or something, and then, if I have to improvise, I'll improvise. But I do want to eventually have all this stuff calculated beforehand, and that will make the game extremely smooth. Okay, that's searching the entire room for traps, and then they roll for perception. Uh, oh, I see. I see what you were trying to do. You were trying to give him the +2 or whatever it is. The aid another. It's called. Um,
Yeah, I ate another.
see. There's one thing. Searching for traps on the door, and then there's another thing about searching for traps the entire room. It's not the same thing. I mean, are you gonna search every square in the entire dungeon for traps? That doesn't make much sense to me. I think you can search the doors, and then if you see a particular feature in the map as you explore, and you can say, it could be, for example, maybe you see something on the ground, or maybe there's a display and you want to open it or something, and then you tell me this again. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense to do it in every uh, in every room. So yeah, basically what happened was Valkian, Ivan, and Edward rolled perception, and two of them rolled well, another one didn't. So he got +2 per person that rolled well. So he got a +4 there. I think that's where the +4 is coming from, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why is it
I think
D20 +15? Is because he already has.
+11.
Okay, +4 it became 15. I see. And he must have rolled really badly because he got 20 with a plus, so he rolled 5. Um, right.
I mean he can't always be on.
Hold on, yeah. Um, let me bring out the perception for a second. Find a hidden trap. Yes. So the DC varies by trap, but it's always a perception check.
Would it be better if me and Arco both did that individually, or if we all let him do it by himself? I don't know.
What's your
Cause
perception
uh, it's not as good as
bonus?
his, but it's like the second highest, I think. Um, Okay, 6 plus 6.
Okay,
Plus
let's do
6.
this one manually. Arconus, go to whichever door you want to check.
Okay.
All right. And then type what you see in the Discord. So first you type, I search the door for traps. Control Enter. Right, and then everybody else type, I help Arco look for traps. Control Enter.
The ritual.
Yeah. Let's do
We
it
light a
once.
fire and start dancing around it.
Oh shit! Wait a minute. Okay.
Right. So roll perception, not Arco. There are 3 of you.
That's nice. That's also nice. That's very nice.
Oh, yes. Just get back to it.
That's right. Do I roll now?
Hold on a sec.
I think Icy has to do it.
I'm reading the aid another description.
Right.
You have to roll 10 or higher for it to work.
Yeah. And you get +2 to who you are aiding.
Right. It says that in some cases, like disable device to open a lock, you can't aid another unless your character could also achieve the thing on his own. But in this case, it's just a perception check to find if there's a trap. So in this case, I ruled that, everybody. So all 3 of you, so he gets a +6. So put +6 in the modifier at the bottom right of the bottom left of the screen. You know where the modifier is, right?
Yeah.
Put +6 and then roll perception.
Hmm? There you go.
36.
Jesus
But it was
fucking
37.
Christ.
It was 37. You see?
I'm pretty sure there's no traps
The
on this
nobles are
door.
looking at you wide-eyed. What are these niggas doing? Wait, dude, I didn't tell you anything. Why are you?
Oh, sorry.
I didn't tell you. I was just typing what happened. Anyway,
Sorry about that.
okay. Just rolling high doesn't mean anything. You roll 36. You could have found the trap, so I could tell you there's a trap. Anyway, I'm fairly
Right.
certain there are no traps in this door. So is that how you want? Let me see. You want the protocol to be notes. So doors, it would be Arco goes first. With perception. Okay, Arco checks for traps with perception roll, and everyone else so Arco checks for traps with perception roll, and everyone else rolls perception to aid him. This is a problem because if this protocol is automatic, Arco will not be moving first. It will be Ivan will be first. So that means that every time you go through a door, Ivan is gonna have to step aside for Arco to go first. And but it makes sense, since he's the expert in this. It's weird though because in D&D Second Edition, it wouldn't be the druid searching for traps. It would be the thief because there was a specific skill called search for traps. Only thieves had it. So now it's the druid searching for traps because everything is based on the perception instead of on a specific find traps. There was a very specific skill that only thieves had: find traps. Now that doesn't
Yeah.
exist anymore. Now it's a generic perception.
I remember you bringing this up last session, actually.
Well, in this case, there's disable device. So if you do find a trap, then the thief would come in and try to disable it.
All right.
I guess you can argue it makes sense that anyone can look for a trap, or like that a druid would look for a trap. They're in the forest, and I don't know,
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
I
but
mean,
you would expect the guy who disables them to know more about traps, so he could be better at finding them.
Yeah.
Um, well,
especially in an urban setting as well.
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Well,
I
what are we
think
gonna do? These are
engineering
the
is
rules of the
a
game. We can't. I mean, I could add a find trap skill and make it class skill for thieves. We might do this eventually, but for now, let's just play the way the rules are. So that means the druid's gonna have to come in, and then the druid's gonna have to pull out. So move out, so that Ivan can open the door, basically.
Yeah, that's it.
Keep in mind, I think like if the DC for these doors is 21, I'm not going to be any help because with what you described in that offer aid, um, if I can't reasonably do it by myself, my character,
Look.
which if it's
You can see the description yourself. I'm gonna put the link on Discord. Let's see something. No, um, I don't think the DC matters the way it's phrased. I think you cannot aid another to do a skill that you can't do, like disable device, for example.
oh okay, like if it's not trained.
Yeah, exactly. So all of you could have found, could have looked for traps. Your perception. So that's why all of you can aid. And it's this +2 that might actually put you over the edge of the DC. You see what I'm saying? The way that you're phrasing it is that each one of you individually would have to have a chance to find that. But that's not what. That's not how I read it.
Okay.
Let me check really quickly on Archives of Nethys. You put the doubt in my mind now. Let me just check. No, it's not based on DC. It's based. The restriction is based on whether a character can perform the skill at all. So you can all roll perception. So you're all in perception. Um, okay, so we're good with all that. Put the +6. Oh, you put the +6 there. Yeah. So now you should move out of the way. Ivan should move forward, and then you open the door. If you think of anything else, we can add it to the protocol. But for now, this is the protocol. So Ivan has to say, I open the door, and then I show you what's inside. One second.
Mm.
I have a description. So let me ask you something, Robo. If there's a fight breaks out, you're holding the sword on one hand and the lantern. Then you drop the lantern down because it's a magical lantern. Even if you drop it, the light's not gonna go out. It's not gonna break or anything. Um, well, maybe it will break if you throw it across the room, but it's not gonna break if you just drop it on the floor, just 2 feet. Uh, and then you fight normally with one hand. Yeah, I think dropping is like a free action, so should be okay. And then if you want to do that double-handed thing, I think, I don't know, is that a standard action? It's a free action. All right. Um, okay, so you can play. That is exactly what it is, Robo. That is exactly what it is. Hold on a sec, I'm typing. Guys, let's write safe rooms as 2 words because that's how the adventure has it. I'm sure that both are correct, but let's stick to them. Wait, I put that there. Okay, so you said who's there, but then I put that hand. So stop typing anything because I have to fix something, and I can tell you when. One thing I want to figure out is so from Arco, 20 feet is here and 40 feet is there. That means, wait, hold on. So he can see, you can see from there, but further out from those 40 feet is darkness. So I need to fix the mask. I think I hit shift. No. Yeah, I think that's how I do it. Right? So now you cannot see. Oh, let me see what you can see. Yep, you cannot see
There's still a
further.
faint outline of the walls, but
Yep,
yeah,
I'll fix that. Boom.
yep.
Right? Oh, and the other wall too. Okay, I'll fix it. Right.
Yep.
So I just need to put some stuff on the map and then we'll continue playing.
Damn right. Got that rear guard.
On high alert.
Body sense tingling.
Bitey sense.
The Arco sense.
God, if the wolf was here, he'd be sensing shit too.
Damn wolf. we need them.
You can like track things by smell too. Ooh.
You couldn't hear that, right? I don't think so.
Right. So, okay, I'm gonna allow that move, and I need to type something. You see the guy there, right? Tell me something. If you mouse over him, can you see anything, or
Nope.
The
No.
pointer just turns into a hand, but that's it.
okay? So it's just a token. Okay, fair enough. Um,
Though it might be different if we bring up the combat tracker and he
no,
shows up
there's
there.
nothing there. I didn't put him through the combat tracker. Maybe I should have, but um, let me check something. I'm trying to make 100% sure that I don't make any mistakes with the IDs and like I've been making. It's complicated. There's just so much. Uh, Trying to figure it out. Non-ID name. Okay, that's what I want. Right. Complicated. It's complicated shit. So right, you can play now.
I know exactly who she is.
I remember her too.
I guess too much.
So she was the one upstairs in that little room where she had her three hangers on, and she was terrorizing this one senator, and Ivan
Mm.
stepped between them and intimidated her, and then she left. Um, yeah. So Arconus and Exile haven't met her. None of you have met the other guy.
Mm-mm.
They have been told about her, I think,
Yes,
in the
yes. You're supposed
Yeah,
to
that's what
have,
I'm thinking
you
too.
exchange. It's true. It's true. You exchange, but they haven't seen her. So now, uh,
See if I did this right. No.
Give me a second. I'm typing something. So I sent you the picture of the lady Trant. Um, yeah, you got it. So try to put it in one corner of your screen and just keep it there. Um, you can make it smaller if you want, but try to keep it on your screen.
Jesus, it's almost freaky when the sound stops.
Yeah.
Yeah, I felt that too.
I wish there's some way, it takes about an hour, less than an hour. So every hour I have to.
It's almost deafening when it stops for some reason. It feels like I'm
Waiting for the
deaf
screams
for
to
some
start.
reason. Yeah, exactly.
Balkan, roll diplomacy. Hold on a sec. Yeah, hold diplomacy. Roll diplomacy.
Yeah.
Right. It was a DC 15, so you succeeded.
Sweet.
Um. Oh wait. No wait. You asked. You asked them. You asked her to join you. Okay. This is a difficult part of the game in the sense that the way they handle this NPC, this woman, is that you have several options of dealing with her. The problem is that they are not the way that it's set up mechanically is not very clear. Like it's very hard for you to see how to deal with her mechanically without me explaining to you the actual mechanics. I was glad to see that Valkia, that Exile on his own, made an attempt to, to convince her to join you. But there's two ways to join you here. One way is with a DC 15 check, diplomacy or intimidate, you can get her to agree to protect the other survivors. So to just stay behind and protect the other noblemen. That's DC 15. And with the DC 20, you can make her join you, so she can actually help in all your fights. You see, because she's a quite accomplished. Let's see. what she's got here. She's yeah, well, she's a fighter, level 1, but still a fighter, you know, and she has a big sword and all that, long sword. So it was DC 20. First of all, you didn't even try for the DC 20. Well, no, you said join us. So join us is the DC 20. So you rolled diplomacy. You rolled 18, so you failed that. Uh, you haven't said the other option, which is to agree to protect the other survivors. Now, the thing is, you could say that I spoiled it now because I told you, but would it have occurred to you? Like, I don't think it would have occurred to any of you,
No.
just right? Um, then again, you know, it's a role playing game. They give me these options here. You know, you're not supposed to tell the players the options, but it gets even more complicated, and I will tell you in a sec how it. So first, you have these options. You know, DC 20 to join you, and DC 15 to just protect the survivors. And then if she does join you, it gets even more complicated. Um,
I don't see getting them to protect the survivors as an option, really. Um, they have no light, right?
they're what?
They just said that they had no light, assuming they're not lying.
What does the light have to do with it?
Well, if he couldn't protect that one dude that he said what did he
Well, they
say?
said that they didn't even leave the room, so they didn't even know what was
Yeah,
happening. They just heard screams,
yeah,
and just stayed inside. Which, if you think about it, it does sound, you know, considering the butchering that was happening upstairs, it's like imagine you're in America and there's a
yeah,
school shooting, and you hear
yeah.
people screaming. Then you're just gonna stay put. You're just gonna stay in one place, and um, I'm just trying to. Okay, so let's first react to this. You said all that. Um, I want the other guy to say something. Hold on. All right. She does not have her sword. Let me see. Yeah, it says that she lost her sword in the scuffle above. So she lost it in the Senate. She doesn't have a sword with her. So you would have to give her one if she joined you.
Did it actually?
Yeah.
I thought the light spell.
It can only be cast on one thing at a time. If I cast
Oh,
it again, it cancels it on the other thing.
what the hell?
You know what I could do is like cast it like on a pebble and like throw it somewhere dark and it lights up that area.
Look,
That's pretty cool.
well, I shouldn't be speaking. Fuck it. I'm not gonna speak. Oh well, I can speak through the characters. I have all these characters I can speak through.
Yeah.
Hold on.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now you're DMing.
Now I'm doing it. Hold on. This guy, Wolfen. Yeah, it's this guy.
A monster comes out of the wall. That doesn't sound like a
Uh,
good idea, fellas.
oh fuck.
But my precious lantern.
Right. So now I have to stop everybody again. It's gonna get even more complicated now.
Want that damn Zerk.
Fucking everybody from the Senate is showing up. Every single. Every single...
All your friends.
and they all clap, and then that's it. We finished. Ah, yes, I see.
Right there.
What's that?
Let me get
Nice
his
mutton chops,
description.
bro.
All right. All right. Let's see how this is gonna work. Boom, boom, boom.
That is a halfling.
It says halfling
Urban.
servant, right?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
Yeah.
does. I
So
also saw his feet.
let's check something here. I put the word test there. Is it changing anything? No. Keep on your screen both him and Malphine. The idea is because I'm gonna be, when you're writing your summaries, I'm gonna be taking some screenshots from the game, and we're gonna be putting them in the summaries. Plus, we want the streams to look good. So when you have relevant pictures, uh, with all the other stuff you have to do, you also have to be like directors, cameraman or whatever for your own stream. So you wanna keep the images on the screen, the pertinent ones, and you also want to be moving around the map so that it's zoomed in, and sometimes it's got to be zoomed in, sometimes zoomed out. But so far, I'm monitoring all your streams, so if I see anything, I can tell you. I want something changed, but so far it looks good. So, right, let me try something else. I just want to put test here. I just want to test the system if it works, the ID system, if I have figured it out correctly. So if I figured it out correctly, you should be able to see next to his name, Halfling Servant Test. Uh,
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you seeing now test? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm just figuring out where stuff should go, where his name should go. Yeah, it looks good now. All right. All right. Yeah, you can play now.
Can I roll?
What did you ask?
Can I roll diplomacy?
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I guess you guys
Yeah.
could do it too.
Look. Yeah, that's an interesting question. Can you roll multiple times? Here it just tells me. Here it just tells me the DC for the two cases, but it doesn't tell me if every player is allowed to roll. You see what I'm saying? Are all four players allowed to try separately? If they're allowed to try, it's pretty good chance that one of them is going to succeed. It doesn't say. That's interesting. You know what I want to do? I want to pull out the diplomacy description and see where it says roll again. Um, hmm.
Oh,
I guess it also depends. It could depend on by how much you try again. You cannot. No, once every 24 hours it says, but that's for one person.
it says if you fail to check by 4 or less, the character's attitude towards you is changed. If you fail by 5 or more, the character's attitude towards you is decreased by 1 step. So she's already unfriendly if the DC was 20, I guess.
It's not just that.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You're also asking them to come with you and to follow you. That's it's a big ask. Even
Yeah.
if somebody even if somebody was neutral, it doesn't break down why the DC is 20. It just tells me the DC
Yeah.
is 20. Uh, and all these things are either diplomacy or intimidate. So you can go the nice route or you can go the bad. You can go either route. Depending
Try to
also. Go again.
try to next if
Yeah, I see what you're saying. The thing at issue here is, do I allow each player to roll, or is it just one roll for the whole group? Um, it's a tough choice because if I allow every player to roll, then it's almost guaranteed that somebody's going to get it, and
aviation.
then that.
Back to it.
Well, you could say that you and someone else try the same to achieve the same goal, but the other person may be better. Um, but I'm seeing it more as you're seeing it now as like how does it work in the real world and the mechanics. I'm seeing it from the perspective of the adventure, uh, because these people would be strong allies. The question is, you trivialize the encounter if you let everybody roll and if you let them essentially succeed. Well, there's a decent chance that all four of you will fail because it's a DC 20. It's not low. It's not low. So there's a decent chance all of you will fail, but it's a much less chance than just one of you. One of you, it's almost certain that you will fail. It's 20. But again, it doesn't make sense for four people to try one after the other to try, and you're gonna have to phrase it well. You know.
I'll say we
Yeah.
can
Look,
still
look.
do.
Let me say something else. The way that Robo phrased it. Well, Valkian's phrasing was good too. He said, well, we stand a better chance together than alone. But Ivan Robo reinforced that by saying, we had our differences, but this is life or death. So, and she has been shaken by the death of her father upstairs. So the question is, do I allow another check or not? First of all, this is going to be a diploma. This is not intimidate because of your phrasing. This would be another diplomacy check. Um, You know what I could do? This would be actually pretty. I could have a modifier of -2, say, for every additional diplomacy check. Like, so the second check would take a -2, the third check would take a -4, somebody else. That would make sense because you're trying to. It's like when people are piling up on somebody and that somebody just becomes more obstinate more with every attempt because she's just annoyed or
Yeah.
something. uh, I wonder if the diplomacy description has something like that. It's pretty long. Let's take a look at it. Maybe it has. It does say that each person can only use it once per 24 hours on a single person. But it does say you can make other requests. So you remember that I told you that you have two options here. One is to ask her. Well, you have infinite options, but the adventure gives me guidelines for these two major options. The adventure cannot tell me everything you my guys might think. That's what the rules are for. So that if you try something that is not in the adventure, then I look at the rules to decide. What happens. But I gave you, like we said, it's a tutorial campaign. I gave you some hint. You have these two basic options. You failed in one, but it says you can try the second one. that is explicitly in the diplomacy. So you could definitely try the second one. Um, but the question is, can a different person try the second one? And it seems to be, yeah, it seems to be. There's nothing that. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do it this way. It's the same way that you enter a room and everybody rolls perception, and all you need is one person to succeed. And that's also another reason why the bigger the party, the better. But if you have 8 people in your party, obviously the chances of noticing something are higher. Um, and another thing that I want to say is that I like that Exile said something, rolled, and then Robo rephrased it and he put it in different words. So he made the it definitely, if you read the chat log, it sounds like a real interaction. You're not just rolling dice, you're making your arguments and then rolling the dice. So I'm gonna give a +2 to Robo for the phrasing. So go ahead and put +2 in the bottom left in the modifier, and then roll a diplomacy, and let's see what happens. Yeah, we're gonna that's how I'm gonna. Okay, he succeeded, but let me just say what would have happened if he failed. Let's say he had failed, and then Edward wanted to try, or Arco wanted to try. I would allow you to try if you could keep the conversation going, like if you could find a new angle, or if you could phrase it. Not if you just tell me I roll diplomacy, but if you could just make it sound that I think that sounds like a good compromise. That you have to
This
maintain a good discussion, and then you get a chance to roll again. So let me reply.
there are some rules here for what happens if you fail.
Yeah,
Um,
let's check them.
so it's just under the succeed paragraph. It says if you fail to check by 4 or less, the character's attitude towards you is unchanged. But if you fail by 5 or more, then the attitude decreases 1 step, which seems to increase the DC
I see.
by 5.
So, all right, that makes it even more interesting, because then subsequent tries by, well, this is subsequent tries by the same person though. The diplomacy skill doesn't seem to mention multiple people trying. So, well, in this case, Balkan rolled 18, so he failed by 2. So that's a small fail. That means the attitude towards Valkian remains unchanged, but is that the altitude towards the whole group? In this case, um, you know what I think? I think if we were in a city setting, like in a setting where there's no combat, there's no dungeons or anything, and all the characters are not present at the same time. Let's say that this lady, and Valkian tries to influence her and fails, and then the next day Robo tries to influence her in another context, right? Uh, then that lady might treat each of you as separate people. But as far as Lady Trump is concerned, you're a group. She sees you as a group. So she doesn't have an attitude towards an individual of you. She has towards the whole group. And
Yeah.
so if Vulcan had failed by 5 or more, then the DC would have gone up from 20. Maybe you said it would have gone up to 25. Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, it seems like the starting attitude, if it changes to a different step, the diplomacy DC goes up by 5.
Right.
But it
So
also says creature's charisma modifier, so
I see. Well, that's why it was 20, because she's unfriendly, and then it would go, and then if he fail, if Vulcan had failed by higher, then she would have gone to hostile by 25, plus creature's charisma modifier. Um, what does that mean? That it would have? Let me check out her charisma. Her charisma is 13. 13 is +1, so it would have gone to 26. Why is that? The more charismatic she is, the harder it is for you to influence her, I guess.
Hmm.
Yeah, her charisma is 13. 13 is +1. All right. Uh, on the other hand, yeah,
It
no.
kind of reminds me of when Alvin intimidated her earlier. Like it would be interesting if that affected her now.
Yeah, I am assuming that the designers of the adventure took that into account when they gave me the DC as 20.
Mm.
Um, and yeah, it's into account because it could have been lower. It could have been 15 or 10, or if you had better. Uh, okay, the one thing I forgot, I'm gonna write it now. How do you guys remember how I put those bonuses in? When I gave that +2 to Robo, how did I use to enter that in the chat log?
Um,
Uh,
Let me look at the chat log. I'm gonna go to session 6. Anyway, it's not a big deal. Not a big deal. All right. So now this is good. I think we figured out. It's quite complex again. Every single thing is so freaking complex, but I think we figured it out. All right. I'm trying to figure out if she should reply or if he should reply.
it was like this. I'll put it in the Oh, unless that's the bonus towards. Yeah, I think that's how you put it in the chat log. It's in session 7.
Okay, you put it on Discord. You're saying. Let me check it. Oh, I put it social combat checks, huh? Why did I put social combat checks? Why?
I think it might have been like a general thing that applied to the whole party or something.
No, it seemed like it was based on who you were talking to.
Mm. I don't remember.
So basically, this should have gone. What do we call this? It's a modifier. It's a +2 uh, dialogue modifier. No bonus. +2. Yeah, I'll do it like this for now. +2 dialogue bonus. I'll do it like this for now, and we'll see later. Yeah. And that's supposed to be above the skill check. All right. So, all right. Uh, so this was the first part of the Malphine mechanics. There's a second part, and again, that's even weirder, you could say. Like, I definitely haven't seen it in D&D adventures, this sort of thing. I'll tell you what this is. Basically, after every battle, you get a chance to influence Malphine again. And yeah, there's a whole sidebar. It's called Influencing Malphine here. Let me read it real quick. Yeah. Oh, all right. Any character offering comfort or sympathy for the loss of her father gains a +4 circumstance bonus on future checks to influence Malphine. So, when Robo said, my condolences, I guess. That's something. So that should be a +4. So he should have had a +4 to that check. Plus,
Yeah.
right. Um, so yeah, after each combat encounter, you can try again to influence her, and if the influence is, there's a bunch of, if you get her influence high enough, you can get some bonuses and stuff, and if you don't, then it could be bad for you. so, I don't know, like, if I didn't tell you this, how would you know after the next battle to talk to Malphine and try to influence her? How would you know? I see what you're saying. It doesn't say that here. That sounds interesting. So, like, I could precipitate a crisis through her every time after a battle, and that would draw you into this essentially mini game with her. That's
You
smart.
just
Yeah.
start crying and shit.
uh, yeah. I see. It would be tough though. Like, for me to figure out something to precipitate a crisis after every single battle, and for several battles afterwards, it would be tough. Um,
I'm assuming her retainer comes along with her, like they're like a double package type deal.
yeah, he comes. He comes along.
Okay, cool.
He's not part of this mini game. First of all, let me write down what page this is. This is page 32. Let me just write in my notes. There's so much shit to keep track of. The battles are going to be hard. Look at how many characters there are, plus the enemies. Um,
Who invited the manlet?
He's just being ignored right now. It's kind of fucked up.
wait. Oh yeah, you forgot about that. Oh, yeah, yeah.
No, Arco said,
Yeah. That's good. That's good.
uh,
guy looks Irish for some reason.
he said he look
He
what?
looks extremely like a leprechaun.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Holy shit.
So now, I put in his picture. See, I have to like change his picture now in the name. Put his name as Emistus in the picture, and then also uh, in the chat log, I have to change his name in the chat log. Let's not forget also that Malphine doesn't have a sword. Let me see if she has anything else on her. Um, well, she had a masterwork longsword, but the adventure tells me no. She lost her sword in the scuffle above. In a parenthesis, unless the PC's already looted it, but you didn't loot it. So if you had looted it, then you would have her sword. If you had beat her up or killed her or something, but you didn't. So
Oh,
she lost her sword in the scuffle above. Yeah, you would have a masterwork. She had other stuff too, but it's I think that what you did was best. So
I
because
mean, we can just
if you have beat the shit
we
out
just
of
beat her
her
up right
or
now.
killed her, then you might not even have made it to the massacre.
damn.
So, she does not have a sword, so you might have to give her something if you have something.
I got a couple daggers. Always.
You might want to take the initiative there. I don't know if she would ask for anything. Um, and then that's the weird thing. Like, if you give her something, I would have to put it in her inventory. But the NPCs sheets are not like your sheets. They're not that simple. The And how do you write her? Oh, she has an arm strike or master long strike. So it's programmed here. Like she can fight unarmed too, but doesn't do a lot of damage. Or with a longsword. I don't know how to right.
Honestly, I would have assumed that she couldn't fight at all, given that. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. But this is it's a fantasy game. And it's a woke fantasy game, so they're equal. So yeah, this is complicated. So let me first reply as Emistus. He hasn't spoken much.
He spoke. He spoke through Malphine Trant.
Who? Oh,
He
fuck.
Emistus.
missed those.
Okay, 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 okay,
He
okay.
misses. That must be his magical ability.
Malphine's just schizophrenic.
All right. So I have a billion fucking NPCs now. Okay. Um, Let me reply first as a Mistus.
jeez.
And that sword for nothing.
I was hoping he was like a rogue or
Fucking
something.
hell.
Nah.
The decoration.
It's silk hanky. Jesus.
Oh wow. Well, that's just great.
I could not type that without laughing, but the adventure tells me to type it.
Does he have that sword on him? The picture.
Yes, he has it.
What the fuck?
So now Fiend trying.
Resize the images so that Lady Trance is towering above the manlet as the gods intended.
6 foot versus 5'11".
5'9", yeah, 5'11".
That's why I was so happy to see us.
Yikes. I think I might have misspelled worshiper.
Uh, Maybe 1p. I'm not sure.
I think it's 1p. Let me look it up. Yeah, it's 1p. I guess you could use both, but I think the proper is 1p.
Right. The question is, how the fuck do I add the dagger to her inventory? Because they don't really have inventories. The NPCs.
Okay,
They have
can you just make one for her?
they have a gear section, which is they have their weapons add. Oh, okay. I have to unlock here. I think I see it now. Okay. Uh, it's no, no. I really don't. I still don't see it. I just don't see it. How do you edit NPCs? I can edit some basic stuff, some numbers here and there. Attack. And you know that I would have to calculate. So with unarmed strike, she has +3. With longsword, she has +4. So with a dagger, well, she's a fighter level 1. So other spells. Oh, mode standard. Yeah, mode standard. No, I have no idea how to. Unarmed strike or master. Okay, okay. I'm gonna. Oh, I think I see it. Minimize. No, I don't see it. It's so weird. Look, she has +3 unarmed strike, +4 with a longsword. Why would she not have +4 with a dagger as well? It's a fighter level 1. We don't know.
Yeah.
Base attack +1. The thing is, I still haven't learned how to calculate these combat bonuses because it's all on fantasy grounds. I don't need to. Um, I wonder if I could add it on the combat tracker. In any case, let's do it this way. Malphine takes the dagger. I'll make a note here that Malphine took Valkian's dagger. We need to, first of all, remove a dagger from Valkian's inventory.
Right.
Let's look at it. Daggers. So, are these daggers equivalent that you have? You have one and then you have two.
We might have gotten like a masterwork one, maybe. I don't recall.
I got a masterwork rapier, but that was it. I think they're all equivalent. I don't know why I have.
They
Can't
do
remember if I
seem
found them
equivalent.
or something or what.
Let me
I
put
think we
knife.
found them. We were looking through stuff.
Let me put. Well, when if you click on the blue ribbon on the golem or whatever next to them, you will see that their descriptions they're identical with one exception. that one of them says properties and has a dash. The other one doesn't have properties. So basically, they're identical. There's no difference. So I'm just gonna delete the one that says one. Right? I deleted it. So you didn't change anything, right?
No.
Okay, great. Right. So Malfina's taking the dagger. This is just so much shit for me to keep track of on my end. It's crazy. I have one,
Luck.
two, three, four, five. I have 6 NPCs on top
Yeah.
of the enemies. Well, um, so Malfine has agreed to join you, and not just to
Damn.
not just to guard the. So basically, your whole group. The way I understand it is that the whole group is going to move together pretty much, but just with the nobles a bit further behind than you. And the question is, where will Malfine and the cleric? Will they be, on the front line with you, or do you want them with the nobles further behind, or do you want them between you and the nobles, or maybe a vanguard, rear guard? Rear guard will be behind the nobles, or whatever,
Yeah.
arrangement you want to make. You should go ahead and explain it. I'm gonna go take a leak, and you guys can talk about it.
Okay.
I think it's a good idea to keep maybe Malphine and the other guy as
No,
rear
no, no,
guards.
no, no, no,
In
no. Don't,
game.
don't talk about it.
Oh yes, yes, of course. Yep. I was thinking that. I'm like, should probably not say this in voice instead. And yeah.
There goes that void in the music again.
Yep.
Waiting for the screams. You know, I think about that shit like when I'm watching like real life events and stuff. I'm like I'll see a video like fucking I don't know, something happened at the airport or some shit. And I'll be like, This one got shit on what happened to Calbia.
PTSD.
Like it's like real life event. Like something happened in Cancun or something recently. Watching the video, and I was like, huh. Just reminded me of that shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I died. I don't know, bro.
Yeah.
That shit was rough. Bad.
Right. So Um, let's look at your inventory. So yeah, the thing is again that he's an NPC. His inventory doesn't work the same way yours does. So I can't just pick it up from you and drop it onto his inventory. What I have to do is I basically have to delete it from your inventory. Um, However, before I do that, I'm just gonna copy its description just in case you want to retrieve it later. And then let's say you want to take the lantern later. You know what I have to do? I have to go all the way back to the page in the book that describes the lantern, that was sitting in the little hallway. And then I have to edit its description to fix it because you haven't identified it. Have you even tried to identify it?
Yeah, we did. But it's not a magical item, and the spell um didn't have any
I see.
auras or anything, so it was just
Yes,
a blue
yes, yes.
flame.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't have an aura. Yep. Okay, I get it. I remember now. Right. So they have in the back they have the lantern, and in the middle, um, we can have here the nobles. Right.
Is there a way to queue up moves so I'm not like going straight towards my destination, so that I can like put a couple of points so I can do like right angle turns and stuff within
No,
a
not
single
that I
motion?
know of. Not
Or
that I know of.
ah,
It's possible that there are. We have to look. There's got to be some page on the internet that says there's a lot of controls for fantasy grounds.
Actually,
it
Oh,
hasn't. I think it hasn't worked to me if I
yeah, he's doing it. Look, 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 look. You see that?
Oh, okay.
Hmm. How do you do that?
Oh, okay. I see.
actually, yeah.
I see now. Yeah. I swear I tried that before and it didn't work. Oh well.
Right. So, huh? Now there's a problem. Huh? You know what the problem is? Okay. If most of the doors have no traps, right? So let's say there's 20 doors, maybe one of them will have traps or two. That means that the other 18 times we'll be rolling all the dice for no reason. However, if we don't roll the dice, then when I do roll dice, you'll know that there is a trap. So even if you fail to find it, you'll know why I said. So the way to deal with this is we never roll, but we assume that, but we never roll so that even when there is a trap, we still don't roll. I just roll for you hidden, so you don't see anything. Um, that's the whole point of the protocol, of the exploration protocol, the dungeon exploration protocol. And so when it's a new door, we don't roll anything, but I type here that so I type this. Arco checks the door for traps and finds nothing. Um, it's given that not only he checks the door, but everybody helps him to check it. Right? That's a given. So when I type that, Arco should move away from the door so that Ivan can open it. And unless you decide you don't want to go in or whatever. But yeah, the only difference is that now I typed this very quickly. Like it took 2 seconds to type this. But if there's a door with traps and I have to roll, that's going to take more than 2 seconds. That's going to take me a couple of minutes, especially with all the aid and all that stuff. So if you see me taking 2 minutes, you will know there's a trap. So what can I do? Should I take 2 minutes with every door? Imagine every single door, me making you wait for 2 minutes. Uh, one solution is before we start the game, I know where the traps are. So I can have, like I told you, all the rolls before, so that then all the doors will take 2 seconds. No door will have to take 2 minutes because I have all the rolls already. Um, and that's the ideal. So we'll see how it's gonna go. For now we're good. Go ahead and open the door. Yeah. 1 second for. First of all, you forgot an apostrophe again.
Yes, yeah. I just realized that now again. I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah, Ivan definitely. If he checks out the weapon, he can definitely say if it's real or not. If it's real or ceremonial. Right. Let me open the door, and you can reply to him whenever you want. But keep in mind that if you want to not be heard, you have to use whispering, and even with whispering, you might be heard. If you have high perception, etc., etc. Right. Let me. All these are perception checks to see if the halfling can hear you. So, here the details of a whispered conversation is DC 15, um, plus 1 per 10 feet of distance. So right now, he is 40 feet from one of you and 40 feet from another. So that's 15 plus 4, that's 19. So you said 3 different things, right? Whispering, whispering. So I rolled 3 checks, and whichever one of these were above 19, he heard them. So let's say, for example, that he only heard the last one. You know, he could just give you some excuse, doesn't want you to break it, or so on. So, you know, it might not make much. Whereas if you heard the first one where you said halfling, then you know. So just keep that in mind when you whisper something. How far is he? Whoever you don't want to hear. Of course, there's all these other characters. I mean, um, I could start rolling for everybody. Um, but it would bog down the game a lot. So for the rest, I might just wing it. We'll see. I might roll a few more. Give me a sec. I'm gonna roll a few more. Oh, that's interesting. Um, so in the NPC senses,
They're a lot closer, though. Well, relatively.
right? Okay, so I rolled for another character, and let me roll for another one. This is the kind of thing that would work fantastically. Like, they could definitely. I don't know. I guess they could. All right. One more sec. Yeah, so if you're far enough away, you know, like now, for example, let's see how far you are now. Now, well, it's not that, it's around the corner. 55. Yeah, it's not a
Okay.
big difference. It's just another +1. Um, Let me try something. There's more modifiers. So the distance is 1, but I'll tell you what other ways you can use. You can see, you can check in the perception now. So we said it's 15, so it's anything above 19. So I basically rolled for, I rolled for the halfling, I rolled for the cleric, and I rolled for the Malfine. The noblemen don't even have that many stats, so I would have to figure out what their perception is. I could roll one for each one of them. I'll do that.
Oh, isn't there a nobleman stat block or something?
Yes, yes, there is.
Noble.
There's definitely all sorts of for NPCs, all sorts of blocks. But the adventure for these particular 3 doesn't, doesn't give me anything in Fantasy Grounds. So it's not. They're not expected to take part in a fight. Of course, they might have to, but they're not expected to. Um,
Just a heads up, I'm gonna have to log off in 20 minutes.
okay, no worries.
Yep, yep.
Um, So we said it's 15 plus 4, 19. All right. So, all right. How about I don't type anything, right? So before I type that, Arco checks the door, finds nothing, right? There's a lot of doors here. I'm not going to be typing this for every door. Arco moved forward. He checked it. Now move back, and Ivan moves in. As long as you perform this little ritual, I will tell you if there's anything, if you find anything. And of course, Robo has to type, I open the door. That's the only way to open the door. Yeah, I'll move them now. Something I have to tell you now is that remember when they described this room before, they told you what room they were in. They said there was a table, but there's no table, as you can see. That was my mistake. So, first of all, now I'm just making a note to myself, and then we're gonna continue. All right, you can go on. Right. So let me check this out now. So I need to figure something out. All right.
Did your character know?
I just don't trust them.
No, there was no rule based.
There was no.
It was just his intuition or whatever. Right. So Malphine now has. I have to write that. Has the rapier. Marfin took Valkian's dagger and Emistos's rapier. Okay, give me a sec. He missed
Yeah.
us. The cleric, Joe one. There's no way for you to see it, is there? Let me see. Joe one. Gowuan. Joe Yuan, I guess. You know what? I'm gonna put it on Discord. There you go.
Is there a way for me to
Oh wait.
ha-
Wait. There it is. It's on Discord.
Yep. Is there a way for me to? Obviously I'm not going to say to roll for what's the skill called?
Oh, right. That's a mistake. Right. Wait. I'm gonna edit the name. So first is a W and then it's the U. That's it. Joe Yuan. Uh,
Is there no way for me to um roll for a sense motive?
yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Your English there is not that good. I examined his response with some scrutiny. You could say I scrutinize his. You know, if you want to type something like that and you're not 100% sure how to say it, you can ask us. You know,
Okay. Yeah.
it's decent, but it could be a bit better. So
Yeah, it's a bit
you
awkward.
should go ahead and roll sense motive. Just go ahead and roll it.
I also get +2 with my bird on my shoulder for sense motive checks.
I should have this here in front of me. Yes, I have it. I have it. Yeah. So put a +2 then.
Okay.
I see. That's why. Yeah, I have to remember. We should have been rolling this. I should have been rolling it for you. Yeah, this is what we're gonna do. Okay. Uh, delete above roll. So we're gonna discount that, and what we're gonna do is I'm gonna roll for you, and then I think that
Oh,
when
yes.
I click to roll for you, and I have my rolls as hidden, then you don't see anything, but it's still there. You know what I wonder though? I wonder if after you're gonna see it in the chat log. That's what I wonder. Um,
When you roll like hidden, we see the we see the
you see the shadow. You see just the
shadow,
shadow.
but no numbers or anything come up.
Yeah. And I forgot to give you the +2. So +2 to the above roll because of alert. It's the alertness feat, isn't it? What is
Yes.
it?
Yes.
The alertness feat, but it needs the owl.
Yes. The owl needs to be like I think the owl needs to be within arm's reach
Hold
in
on.
this
Let
case.
me
So I
look
guess
at
it's
your abilities, feats, alertness. See, I don't see the alertness. You don't have that as a feat, do you?
no. It's none of that. It's the owl.
So the owl has alertness.
The owl gives me the alertness feat
Okay,
by being in very close proximity.
because uh, owl gives alertness +2 the above roll because owl gives alertness. Okay, so let me look at the description for sense motive. Does the sense motive work Okay. All right. How much time do we have, Varkonus? Really? Arconus, are you with us?
Yes, we were.
Yeah, I still want to wrap up this interaction if possible. It'll be hard to pick it up again. Well, not that hard, but let's wrap up the sense motive. That's the one thing I want to wrap up. And then you said that you want to transfer the. Right. Okay. So the exchange was happening between. So I'm gonna whisper to Edward the result of the sense motive. Right. So whom did you want to pass the lantern to? You said
The cleric.
to the clerk. Okay, so I'm gonna put in the notes here. Crazy that arc. So what time is it now? Where he is? So
Like
it's
1 a.m.
1 a.m. Okay, so maybe he woke up early or something. We need a webcam to see him sleeping on his desk or something. It will be the Arcana sleeping cam.
Like the Truman Show. Unless he's in cahoots with them, with the others.
Just walked up and basically robbed him.
Jesus Christ.
You look at if you look weird.
Oh my.
Oh, you back?
Oh,
Yeah.
let's fall asleep.
That's right.
Did you fall asleep?
No, I didn't fall asleep. I just got back
Oh,
Well,
to the
we're
bathroom.
good. This is a good point to wrap it up. Yeah. Well, I had definitely underestimated, hugely underestimated how much time all these interactions would take. Honestly, in my mind, I thought all this would take like 10 minutes. Like the scrolls, the all these groups meeting together and talking, and it's crazy. But I'm learning, and we learned so much shit, and I have all this other shit to research. Um, because we ruled on some stuff, but I'm not 100%. I'd like to. There's all these issues that, but it's cool, man. I've never had such a complex. Look at all these people there, and
pretty
there's
nuts.
all these encounters that happen in the rest of this the sub levels, and I wonder like there's no way for me to predict how, because you are the ones who decide who goes where, which group goes where, and then when all hell breaks loose, then we'll see what happens. It's very exciting. right, guys, you can stop the streams.
Alrighty.